let's go ahead and download Power BI. Before we can use Power BI, the first thing we have to do is download it. And if you go to Microsoft's website, powerbi.microsoft.com, you come to this page, and I'll leave this link down in the description. You can download Power BI for free. So all you have to do is go here, and you can also open it up in the Microsoft Store. And I'll tell you some of the advantages from opening it up in the Microsoft Store is when you download it from here in the Microsoft Store, what this does, it gives you the ability to get all of the Power BI desktop updates without you having to reinstall and download Power BI every time a new update comes out. So this is a sure way to have the latest and greatest updates in Power BI. You can download it this way. You have, as you can see here, I have done that. Or you can come down here to see download or language options. This will give you the ability to download Microsoft Power BI Desktop and pick the desired language that you speak if you have a particular reference that you want to do. Next, you can come down here to details and system requirements. This will basically let you know what version of Power BI you're going to be installing. It's also going to give you what you need to have, what kind of system setup that you need in order for you to download Microsoft Power BI. And there's also some instructions here with it. So once you do that, you can just click on download, and this will take you through all the prompts of downloading Microsoft Power BI. Now you want to download the 64-bit if you have a 64-bit computer, and this version right here is just a simple 32-bit. So feel free to download the one that matches your computer preferences. The way you can find that out is you can come here to start, and you can go into your profile here. And you can say, I want to change account settings, but you don't have to change anything. Next, you want to go to your system settings. Then you want to go to your about. Right here is where you can tell if your computer is 64-bit or 32-bit. So that is my system type right here. So I'll be downloading the 64-bit if this was my first time downloading Power BI. You can close this out. So the next steps is to basically download Power BI. So you'll just go ahead and click here. You will get this prompt right here to let you know that it's installing the Power BI desktop setup. Once this is finished, you can just open the file. So once you hit that, you'll get this prompt to basically welcome you to Power BI, and you can just hit next. If you've already installed Microsoft Power BI, or Microsoft Power BI is already pre-installed in your system, these are the prompts that you will get. However, if this is your first time installing Power BI, you will see something that basically says install. So for me, I'll just hit repair because that's basically the same thing. It's going to prompt you to verify your publisher. So I'm going to say yes. Once you do that, it will start installing Power BI. Once it's done, it's going to just let you know that it has completed the installation. You can just click finish. Once you've downloaded Power BI, you want to just go ahead and open it up. So we're going to click on Power BI Desktop. Power BI Desktop will open. Once Power BI Desktop opens for the first time, you're going to be prompted of some things here that you can kind of get started with Power BI. We'll just close that for now. The first thing you want to do when you open up Power BI for the first time is you want to go to your options. So we'll go to options, and then we will go down to preview features. And in your preview features is basically going to let you know that the version of Power BI that you downloaded also comes with a lot of different new features, and those features will be displayed here. And you can either check those features off if you want to try some of those new features, or you can uncheck those features if you're not interested, and then you just hit OK. To have access to those features, you will need to close out Power BI, open it back up again, and once you do that, you'll be ready to rock and roll in Power BI. All right, so we're going to be learning how to create a column chart in Power BI. First thing we need to do is get the data. And you can find the data down in the description. The beautiful thing about Power BI is when you go and get the data, Power BI has access to just about 99 different data sources. And if you scroll down all the way through these, you'll see all the different data sources that you can connect to Power BI. The one we want to do is this one right here. We've already done that. It's basically Excel workbooks. The way you do that is you click into it, you connect, you go into your data, you want to click on this, then you want to open it, and then you want to load that data. I've already done that, clean the data, so the data is right here. You can find the data in the description. The link is in the description. And you want to go here to column chart. Now to pull up column chart, you want to just click on that and it'll drop the column chart visual in the report view. Once you do that, make it to the size that you want to see it, just to get the data in there. And the data that we're going to be plugging in here is going to be the region, and then we're going to do sales. So now we can basically see the region in sales. If we hover over this, we can see that the South has $16,000 plus in sales, and we can do the same thing for the other regions if we just hover over them. We can also give this a legend. We can also bring region in there, and now we have a region legend. Let's format this visual. So to format this visual, you have to go up here to format visual, and you can format the x-axis, y-axis, legend, grid lines, zoom sliders, columns, data labels, and then the plot area background. Let's just start from the top. So for the y-axis, we can come in here and change this to 11. We can also change this color to something like blue, and you can also change it to black. So now you see that that is changing. You can also make it bold, or you can make it italic, or you can underline it. Another thing you can do is you can just get rid of this, go to title, and you can toggle title on and off. So if you turn it off, you'll see that the region title goes away. And if you toggle it on, the region title will show back up. It says this is the title text is set to auto. And you can change this by just typing in something here. Let's move my mic up a little bit. And if we go ahead and type here, and let's just add a S at the end of regions, and we'll see that that changes. Or we can just call it text, and you'll see that that changes. So we'll just we'll leave it at region. Now it's at region. We can show title only, and we can also make this bold, italic, or underline. We can also change the color of that by making it red, or we can just leave the color black. Next thing we want to look at is our y-axis. Our y-axis, you can do the same thing. It has a range where it has a minimum and a max. So we can set the y-axis to a minimum max range. And we can also look at our values, and we can increase the values to 11. And we can also change the font to black. And then we can come down to title and toggle the title off. Right now the title is sum of sales. We can turn that off, or we can turn that back on. And that is our y-axis. We can also modify the legend. Right now the legend is the region. So if you turn it off, you see the region disappears. If you turn it on, you can also change this to the top center, top right. You can also make this the left stacked or the right stacked. And you can play around with this as much as you like. You can also come here and change it off, turn this off, turn region off, or you can turn it on. And you can also come here and modify the text. You can make this dark, black, and you can come here and change your grid lines. So you can make your grid lines darker by changing it to a darker black. And you can also change the width of your grid lines. You can also come to your zoom slider, and you can turn this on. So you see that you have a zoom slider over here to your left. And if you do that, you see that it makes changes to your zoom slider. And you can turn this off as well. And then you can change the colors on your columns. So let's just change this one to red. And that's basically how you change the colors there. You can also turn your data labels on. So if you turn your data labels on and you hit this expand button, you can see that it says the series is all. And then you have options here. And then you have values, is the one I'm looking for. You can make it dark, and you can increase the size of that. So now you can kind of see your data labels there. And you can also change background. So if you turn this on and you hit this expand button, you see that that color is a dark hue. and it has some transparency here, so you can increase it to make it lighter, or you can decrease it to make it darker. It's just up to your whatever you decide. You can turn that back off. And now you should know how to create a column chart in Power BI. Now let's create a stack chart in Power BI. What we want to do is we want to come over here and we want to do a stack chart. So let's just select this one here. You can drag it down. Like I said, you can hover over these and it'll let you know which one you're selecting. So this one is a stack chart. And we're going to go with region, and we're going to go with sales, and we're going to also go with product. And let's get rid of, let's just do a filter to get rid of these so that we can see a few of our product categories. And doing the stack chart, understand that you're going to get a bar for each region because we selected the region on the x-axis. However, they're going to stack the different product categories within a bar of the respective region. So that you can see here, you have the South region, but in the product category, you have soup that was sold in the South, bread that was sold in the South, beer, beef, apples, and appetizers. So these things were sold in the South region, and the size of the bar lets you know the amount of sales that were made through each region. So that's basically how you would look at a stack chart in Power BI. Now let's go to format. If we go to format, we know that we can have the x-axis and increase that font. We can also change that color. And we've done this before. You can also take the legend away, or you can add the legend back. It's just up to your liking. You can take away the title. And then you can just kind of move this to the center. And then you can come here to your grid lines and you can change it to black. And then you can turn on your data labels. Turn on your data labels. You can also come here to increase the value size. So that increases the value size. And you can also turn on your total labels. So you can turn on your total labels, which will appear right at the top of your bar. And you can also change that color to black or something like that. And you can actually make it dark to try to let it stand out a little bit to indicate that this is actually your total. Now you should know how to create a stack chart in Power BI. Let's create a pie chart in Power BI. First thing you will need to do is go to your visualizations and select pie chart. You select pie chart there. And you will know that this is a pie chart by this pie chart indicator. So you'll see basically a pie chart. A good rule of thumb is try to select something in your pie chart that has 4 to 5 different categories so that your pie chart isn't too skewed. So what we want to do is go with regions, and we want to go with sales. So now we have created a pie chart in Power BI. We can look at a few different things. So in our pie chart, we notice that the South region has the most sales, while the region with the lowest sales is Northeast region. And we can also go into our formats tab to make some modifications to this pie chart. So we have a legend, which we can take away or add, and we can put it on the center right, or we can put it on the top center. Just really up to us and your personal preference. So let's just go ahead and put it back on the center right. We can also change the text, and we can change the color. So if we change that color to black, we can also come here and take off the title. So the title is gone now. And then we can come down here to data labels and toggle them off, or we can toggle them on. And we can also change the slices colors. So let's change this to red. As you can tell, my favorite color is probably red, but you can also come here to data labels, and you can position them either outside, or you can position them inside, or you can do outside if you prefer outside, or prefer inside. For now, let's just go ahead and keep it outside. You got some label contents, and these different label contents will kind of let you know how you want to build out your pie chart. So if you go with category here, you probably can get rid of your category here. So you can just kind of say, I'll go ahead and get rid of my legend. So, or you can come here to data value and increase and show the data value, which means you might want to go ahead and add your legend back. You can go to percent totals. You can also go to category and data value. Then you can go to percent total, category, and data value. Then you can go to data value and percents. Then you can go to all detail labels. And if you want to do that one, you can just go ahead and get rid of the legend altogether. Go to your values, increase, change the color. So you've increased the font, you've changed the color, and now you have built your very first pie chart. Now you should know how to build a pie chart in Power BI. Carl here. Let's build a donut chart in Power BI. To do that, we want to go to our visualizations and want to click on donut chart. Once you click on donut chart, you'll get your donut chart visualization indicator here. It'll basically show you a donut chart. Just like the pie chart, good rule of thumb here is you want to kind of pick between 4 to 5 good categories or products. So 1, 2, 3, 4 is being displayed here. And we have one that has 4. Yep. So we're going to go with regions and we're going to go with sales. And now that we have done that, we can see here we have some data in our donut chart. Now to make modifications to this donut chart, all we'll have to do is go to format visual. Once we go to format visual, we can toggle the legend on, or we can toggle the legend off, or we can do a toggle between the detail labels. So we can toggle it on or toggle it off. We can also come here to rotation and change the rotation as well. So you can make some modifications to the donut chart rotation, and you can also come here and change this data value, or change it back to just give me everything. Or you can just say, give me the region and give me the percentage, or you can say, give me the region and give me the total values. You can also come down here to slices and make changes to the color. And I'll change that to red. And you can also come here to do some inner radius adjusting. So you can come here and change the donut size like this. So it'll make it closer to a pie chart if you do it like this, basically a pie chart. Or you can come here and let's just say 89, and it'll kind of make it look like a wheel, but still it's a donut at best. And that is how you create a donut chart. So now you should be able to create a donut chart in Power BI. Carl here. Now in Power BI, we want to create a funnel chart. Let's show you guys how to do that. What you want to do is go to your visuals and go to funnel chart. This funnel chart is basically a good way for you to see what is selling the most things versus what is selling the least amount of things, and a good way to see what's right in between that. The way we want to do this is we want to go to region and sales, my two favorite things. All right, so we want to see which region is outperforming the other regions, or which region needs a little bit more work. So to do that, we want to use this funnel chart. So in the funnel chart, you will see that the South region is outperforming all the other regions, with the Northeast region being the region that probably needs a little bit more work. If you hover over each one of the regions, this is another thing with the funnel chart that you will notice. The South region gives you the South region, it gives you the total sales, and then it gives you the percent of first, basically making this one the one that's in first place. Now, if we go down to the West region, it'll show us the West region, summer sales, and then percent of first, which is basically 48.92%, and then 99.83% of the one that's right in front of it, basically letting you know that it is almost half of the sales off from the first place region. So the same thing with this one is basically letting you know that this has a lot of work to do. It is 29% less than what the first place region is. Now let's go into formatting. First thing we can do here is colors. Then we can do data labels, category labels, and conversion rate. So we can turn on our colors and we can say show all. So this will show us all. And then we can just kind of come in here and just throw some different colors in there. Mix it up a little bit. And then we can either have that on, or we can come here to data labels and we can turn off our data labels, or we can turn on our data labels. If we do the expand window, we can do the outside on the end, or we can do the inside in the center. And if we go down to values, we can increase the size of the values by increasing the font, and we can change the color by changing the color right here, or we can just change the color to white if you feel like aesthetically that is the better look for the font colors. We can also come here to category labels, and we can increase the size over there to the left side of our chart, and we can change this to black, or we can make this bold, and we can change all the font here. Then we have our conversion rate. We can toggle this on or off, and you see at the top and the bottom it's 100% here and it's 29% there. And we can increase the font size as well as change the color. And that is how you create a funnel chart. So now you should know how to create a funnel chart in Power BI. All right, so let's do a ribbon chart. To do a ribbon chart in Power BI, all you have to do is go over to visualizations and go into ribbon chart. Once you select your ribbon chart, you get your ribbon chart indicator here. This basically is what the ribbon chart will look like before we add our data. The data that we're going to add this time is going to be date. We're going to also add sales, and we're going to add product category. We're going to go ahead into product category and get rid of food and spices. All right, so now we have some data to look at. So in this ribbon chart, what this ribbon chart is displaying is basically giving us the years. So 2018, 19, 20, 21, and 22. And then it's going to give us the product category as far as which one had the most sales. And as you hover over each year, you'll see that 2018 beef was summer sale was $33. And then if you hover right in the middle in between 2018 and 19, you start to see the sum of sales in 18, then the sum of sales in 2019, and then it starts to give you some of the sales change indicators, and then it gives you the rank in 18 and the rank in 19, and then the rank and change. So the ribbon chart actually gives you some pretty good data, and you can see that throughout the rest of the ribbon chart as you hover over each chart, and you can see how that data changes as you hover through it. The good thing about the ribbon chart is this is really giving you some key performance indicators as well. And those are some of the things that big business really look for, is key performance indicators, so that they can see, well, if these things are making changes and the data is changing, then give me some more indicators to let me know what those changes were. So this is a good tool to use as far as seeing some of those KPIs and using the ribbon chart. Other great thing about this is that we can go into format. And if you look at format here, you can say y-axis, legend, and then your ribbons. So you can change your ribbon colors here. I'll just change this one to a red. So you'll see that ribbon color change. You can also make some changes to your x-axis. You can say a continuous type or a categorical type, and you see how that kind of makes an adjustment. Then you can go into your values, and you can kind of increase the size, change the color. So that changes the color, and you can just take this down, take that down. You can toggle your title on or off. So that's year on or off, and you can also increase or decrease the size. You can also go down to your legend and toggle your legend on and off, or you can move your legend from the top left to the top right, or to the top center, just wherever you desire to have your legend displayed. Another thing you can do is you can come into a ribbon spacing. So spacing gives you a minimum category width, and it also gives you a scaling. So now we can kind of increase some of the spacing with the ribbon, or decrease the spacing with the ribbon. And we can also change the category width. So we can increase the width or decrease the width. Look like the minimum width is 20 here, and it looks like just about 28 is as much as it's gonna go, but it's really not making any changes. The last thing you can do here is you can create some data labels. So these basically give you some data labels. Then you can plot a series, or you can just do to one of the two. You say all. You can come here to basically change this to inside or base, or that's good here. Or you can change the orientation from horizontal to vertical, and horizontal is to me better. And then you can also make some changes to the values here. You can just increase the value, and you can change the color. I think the color is just fine the way it is. You can also turn on or turn off the background, just depending on what you want to do. And if you come down here to color, you can change the color of the background to something else. You can take that opacity, and now your data labels have a background. So let's just get rid of the background, just turn it off. And now you know how to create a ribbon chart in Power BI. Let's create a line chart in Power BI. First, we want to go ahead and go to our visualization. Now go to here. Then we'll get our visualization to pop up in our report view, and it'll kind of show us what our line chart will look like. So that's how you know you selected the line chart. The next thing we want to do, we want to pull in some information. So let's just pull in sales, and then we want to pull in product category. And in our product category, what I want to do right quick, so we can have a line chart that we can kind of look at, I want to pull that in, and then I want to add in region for my legend. So now we have a line chart with our regions. We have a line chart with product categories. So we got bread, soup, beef, beer, apples, and appetizers. And then we have our line chart. So the next thing we can do with this is we can kind of look at some date ranges. So instead of pulling in our product category, let's pull in our date. So I want to go here, and I want to just pull in the month. So if I pull in the month, now we can look at this and see what our sales did by the month. But remember, the month is skewed because you have 2018, 19, 20, so on and so forth. So instead of the month, let's just go ahead and pull in the year. So if we pull in the year, now we see in what year had the most sales by the region. And you can understand that by saying sum of sales by the year in region. So now we have a line chart that kind of indicates that. And if you scroll through that, you'll see that. Next thing we want to do is we want to just play around with some format, and we can go to the x-axis, and we can come here to values, and we can increase the x-axis values. We can change the color. Something else that we can do while we're here in our line chart is we can add our data labels. So we can add our data labels here. So now you can kind of see your data labels, and if you want them to be more legible, you can come here to values, increase the size, and then change the font. So now you can see your data labels. Now you should know how to create a line chart in Power BI. Let's talk about drilling down in a line chart. We have a previous line chart that I created in line chart, and I'm just gonna take this one and I'm gonna copy it and paste it. Just a Control C and a Control V. And what we're going to do now is we're going to drill down in this line chart. So let's just get this one down, and more field of views to look at. So if you look at these different things, we have click to turn on drill down. We have go to the next level in the hierarchy, or we have expand all down one level in the hierarchy. Now what we're going to do with this one is we're going to basically drill down and drill up. So to do that, we have to click this. Now that that's clicked, we can say drill down to the next level. The next level being quarter 2. How do you know it's going to be quarter 2? Because here you have year, quarter, month, and day. And the next level from that will be the month. So now you see what this data is looking like as you drill down from the year, quarter, month, and day. So you're seeing that the lines are really starting to go all over the place. And then if you drill down to the day, now look how much information is being showed here, and how many changes are going on. So this is give you a good way to really see more of the data, and a way for you to drill down to see what it really looks like underneath the surface. Now let's go to format visuals to see if we can make some changes to this. So let's do this. We got the toggle data labels, so that's on or off. And as you drill down, you'll see that this could, make or break your visual. So you can either have that on or have that off. You can also turn your markers on. So if you turn your markers on here now, you can kind of see where some of those breaks are as you drill down and as you drill back up. And now you should know how to drill down in the line chart in Power BI. Let's create an area chart in Power BI. To create an area chart in Power BI, I want to come over here to visualizations and select the area chart. Once we select the area charts, let's just expand it across the report view so that we can see it once we start adding the data. And I want to add the date, I want to add the sales, and I also want to add the region. And we can see some similarities here. So the area chart is very similar to the line chart. Now the difference between a line chart and an area chart is the area chart is going to shade up underneath the line, whereas on a line chart you just get the line. So that is what an area chart is. Now we can kind of drill down to really see it's in its form when we go deep into the data. So if we're looking at it from the days, we can see how many different areas are shaded where those lines are. So we can better indicate what lines cross over what as we're looking at it from an area chart. Now to make some of those format changes in the area chart, we know that we can move the legend around, get rid of the legend. And we also know that we can come here and add some markers. We can change the line colors if we come down here to colors. And if we come into this blue, since we've got two blues, let's just go ahead and make one of them yellow. So we'll see that that changes. We can also do some markers, which will basically put some points, some endpoints on those lines. We can turn that off, and we can also add some data labels. And now we got a chance to look at some data labels, and we can change the color of those data labels to make it more visible. And now you should know how to create an area chart in Power BI. Thanks for watching. Now let's create what I like to call a combo chart. This is basically a line and a column chart in Power BI. How do you create that? You go here to the visualization and click on line and column chart. Now you can see in the indicator view that you're going to be creating basically a column chart with a line chart. Let's go ahead and start pulling some data in here. So we're going to pull in the date. We're also going to pull in some sales. And then we're going to pull in the region. And then let's pull in the profit. Next thing I want to do is I just want to drill down from the year to the month. And now we have a little bit more data to look at, but it's fine if we stay here as well. And just to get this line inside of our columns, let's just go ahead and change the sum of profit to maximum profit. So now we can basically see the data the way it looks in a column in a line chart. And you have the regions, you have the sales, and then you have the year, quarter, month, and day if you do the drill through. So if we drill through all the way to the bottom, this is basically everything all the way down to the day. And if we drill all the way back up to the top, we are back at the year. Now, if we go to our format, before we go to our format, let's just go to the line and stack column chart just to see the differences here. So if we go here, now we changed over to the stack chart and it looks a whole lot different than it did before. But now what we can do is we can also drill down here and we can see what that looks like if we drill all the way down to the day. We can drill back up to the top and we can come in here and we can make some changes. So we can do some data labels. So if you add some data labels, that is how everything would look. You can go ahead and take that background off if you want to do so. You can also change the color to white to make it more appealing to your eye if that's something that you want to do. And you can come up here and turn your markers on for your line. And you can also come to your line and make some changes to your line. So if you don't want that line to be pink, you can change it to red, or you can change it to what I like to see is a green line. So that is how you create a combo chart, line in a column chart in Power BI. So now you know how to create a combo chart. Carl here. In Power BI, we're going to be learning some scatter plot. So to do that, we want to go to our visualization. We want to click on scatter plot and add that to our report view. I'm just going to expand this down. So in our scatter plot, only thing we're going to be adding values to are the x-axis, y-axis, legend, size, and the play axis. So first things first, let's go ahead and do x-axis. So we're going to add the profit. Then for our y-axis, I'm going to add the quantity. For our legend, I want the product category. And for our size, I want the sales. And then for our play axis, this is where you want to go ahead and add the date. So now we have built a scatter plot. But before we do that, let's point out a few things. So I'm just going to back out the date. So in the scatter plot, as you can see, it basically goes by the largest quantity is usually going to be on the upper right, where the smallest quantities will be on your lower left. And how this works is once you put the date into the play axis, this scatter plot is going to start basically giving you indications of what was being sold. So it says sum of profit, sum of quantity, and sum of sales by the product category. This is basically going to show us the sum of all those things on each day. So on November the 13th, 2002, it's clear that on that day there were food and spices being sold. And what food and spices? We profited $23. We sold 6, and the sales was $28.72. So boom. And so now you can see this basically playing out for each day, just going all the way down to the last day. It started at the earliest day, which was in 2018, and it's basically going to play to the latest day. And right here is a way that we can kind of drag this play axis over to see what those sales look like. As you can see, things kind of stay consistent for a little while from the food and spices standpoint. And then as the years went on, it kind of stayed right in that range, that profit range, and then boom. So that is basically a scatter plot. So what kind of things can we do to format this? So again, I'm going to go ahead and take out date just so we can look at some different format tools. So we can format our x-axis, and we can also format our y-axis, basically changing the values, increasing the size, changing the color. And we can also take away our legend or keep our legend there. Other things we can do is reposition our legend to the top left or to the center. We can also increase the text and change the font of that legend. Other things we can do a zoom slider. So we can turn this on. Now we have these zoom sliders, and we can go ahead and turn these off. We also have markers. So to do this, we can basically, these circles here, we'll change it to different shapes. So we can change this into a square. We can also change this to a diamond, and we can change this to a triangle, X. There are other shapes as well. So feel free to play around with that. We'll just change it back to a dot for now. You can also change the size. So if you come here, and you can do a color border, or you change the size of that bubble. And you can increase the size or decrease the size, just depending on whatever your desire is. You can also come here and change these colors as well. So if I wanted to change this to anything else, I can do that. I'll just change it there. Next thing we can do here is we can do a category label. We can turn the category labels on. So now we have category labels. So while we're doing our play axis, we can basically see what those things are as they play across. Now I'll go back here and put the date back in there and let that play across with all our new formatted features added. And now you should know how to create a scatter plot in Power BI. Carl here. In Power BI, we're going to be learning some scatter plot. So to do that, we want to go to our visualization. We want to click on scatter plot and add that to our report view. I'm just going to expand this down. So in our scatter plot, only thing we're going to be adding values to are the x-axis, y-axis, legend, size, and the play axis. So first things first, let's go ahead and do x-axis. So we're going to add the profit. Then for our y-axis, I'm going to add the quantity. For our legend, I want the product category. And for our size, I want the sales. And then for our play axis, this is where you want to go ahead and add the date. So now we have built a scatter plot. But before we do that, let's point out a few things. So I'm just going to back out the date. So in the scatter plot, as you can see, it basically goes by the largest quantity is usually going to be on the upper right, where the smallest quantities will be on your lower left. And how this works is once you put the date into the play axis, this scatter plot is going to start basically giving you indications of what was being sold. So it says sum of profit, sum of quantity, and sum of sales by the product category. This is basically going to show us the sum of all those things on each day. So on November the 13th, 2002, it's clear that on that day there were food and spices being sold. And what food and spices? We profited $23. We sold 6, and the sales was $28.72. So boom. And so now you can see this basically playing out for each day, just going all the way down to the last day. It started at the earliest day, which was in 2018, and it's basically going to play to the latest day. And right here is a way that we can kind of drag this play axis over to see what those sales look like. As you can see, things kind of stay consistent for a little while from the food and spices standpoint. And then as the years went on, it kind of stayed right in that range, that profit range, and then boom. So that is basically a scatter plot. So what kind of things can we do to format this? So again, I'm going to go ahead and take out date just so we can look at some different format tools. So we can format our x-axis, and we can also format our y-axis, basically changing the values, increasing the size, changing the color. And we can also take away our legend or keep our legend there. Other things we can do is reposition our legend to the top left or to the center. We can also increase the text and change the font of that legend. Other things we can do a zoom slider. So we can turn this on. Now we have these zoom sliders. And we can go ahead and turn these off. We also have markers. So to do this, we can basically, these circles here will change it to different shapes. So we can change this into a square. We can also change this to a diamond, and we can change this to a triangle, X. There are other shapes as well. So feel free to play around with that. We'll just change it back to a dot for now. You can also change the size. So if you come here, and you can do a color border, or you change the size of that bubble. And you can increase the size or decrease the size, just depending on whatever your desire is. You can also come here and change these colors as well. So if I wanted to change this to anything else, I can do that. I'll just change it there. Next thing we can do here is we can do a category label. We can turn the category labels on. So now we have category labels. So while we're doing our play axis, we can basically see what those things are as they play across. Now I'll go back here and put the date back in there and let that play across with all our new formatted features added. And now you should know how to create a scatter plot in Power BI. Let's create a waterfall chart in Power BI. Let's go ahead and do that by adding in this waterfall chart visualization. And I'm just going to expand this on the report view. Once I've done that, let's break this down. So in the waterfall chart, we have category breakdown, y-axis, and tooltips. So the way we're going to do this is my category is going to be the region. And before we do the breakdown, let's do the y-axis. So my y-axis is going to be sales. So this will give us basically a waterfall chart. And what it is from the left to the right, we have our regions, which is our categories. And then if we hover into this, we can see that the South region had $6,000 in sales. This region only had $7,000 in sales, and so on and so forth. And then this big blue bar right here is the total for the entire region. So you can see here how it just basically took each region's sum of sales, added it all up to give us a large bar right here. Now let's add some more values in here. So we can break this down into several different categories. We can break it down by product category, and we can break it down by states or city. Let's go ahead and pick state. So I'm just going to add in state, and this will break down and give you a different look at a waterfall chart. So now the waterfall chart has the total sum of sales for South, Midwest, West, and Northeast in blue. And then it breaks down the state here. The next thing we can do is we go into format, and we can format the y-axis, the legend, and things of that nature. And we can also change our columns. So if we don't want this to be green or pink or yellow, gold, or blue, we can change those colors like that. So that's how that will look. We can also change the maximum breakdown, so we can say 5, or we can add more. So it'll give us more of a waterfall effect here like that. So now you can kind of see more of that waterfall effect and what it looks like. Other things you can do, you can add some detail labels on here. So if you turn those on, now you can see some of those detail labels, and you'll see more of the breakdown. And with that, you should know how to build a waterfall chart in Power BI. Let's create a gauge chart in Power BI. First thing we need to do is go over here to gauge chart. So we're going to click on gauge. And to do this, we're going to actually do 2 gauge charts. So we're going to use this one, and we're going to use another one. So let's just increase the size of our report view. I'm going to bring in another gauge chart. So you can bring in another gauge chart, or let's hit delete. We can come here and just do copy and paste. So now we have 2 gauge charts of the same size. And the first thing I want to do is I want to drag in some cells. So as you can see, if you drag in some cells, and let's just do this as well. Let's move this down here, and I want to bring in a table just to show you guys something real quick. So in this gauge chart, we have this value right here, 36,000. If we bring in a table and then we add cells, we'll see that the sum of sale is 36,000, but we get this number right here, which is 72,000, well, almost 73,000, which is basically double this number. So if you ever wondered what is this other number in our gauge chart, this gauge chart actually gives us the total number here in the middle, and then gives us double that right at the end. So that is kind of explaining what the gauge chart is. So now that we got that out the way, let's just go ahead and bring this size back down, and we're gonna bring in an indicator. So we have to create a indicator for the gauge chart. So what we're going to do is we're going to do a new measure. So we're going to come up here, and we're going to call this measure target sales. And this target sales is going to equal the sum of sales. Close that. I'm going to say times, let's just say 1.1. And that is going to be our target sales measure. So to bring this over to our target value. So now that we see our target value, we have an indicator of 40,000. So by doing this measure, it actually increases our target sales by 1.1. So we want to kind of increase, we want to get to this number. Now, if we wanted to bring this number down and say, oh, let's just say we met our target sales, what we can do is we can come here and just call this 0.75. So when we do that, what we see is we've kind of met our goal and we've hit our target. So in our gauge chart, that is one of the KPIs that you could probably use to kind of identify if you've met your target sales or you didn't meet your target sales. Let's just do another one. So we're going to come here to gauge chart and let's just make this larger. So now we want to add profit, and then we want to do another target profit. So let's come up here to new measure, and we're going to call this one target profit. And let's just say this is going to equal the sum. And we're looking for profit. Let's close that. And let's just say this is going to be let's just say 2. So now we have the sum of profit, target value. So we're going to add this to our target value. And you see the same thing here. So did we hit our profit margin? No. But if we want to show something where we actually hit our profit margin, let's just say we want to go 0.62 to hit our profit margin. Now that we hit enter, we'll see that, okay, now we've hit our profit margin. So that is a way to kind of show you what that target value indicator is when you're using the gauge chart. So let's just go ahead and get rid of this. All right, another thing I want to do with this gauge chart is I want to go ahead and put a pie chart in here, and I want to show you some things. All right, so now we have the pie chart. Let's just go ahead and add in our sales and our regions. And now that we have our sales and our region added, and it's in here with our gauge chart, now when we click through the different regions, we'll see our numbers change if we hit our targets and so on and so forth. So you'll see that each region outperformed its target indicator. So this is, like I said, a good way to use your KPI visuals. And now you should know how to create a gauge chart in Power BI. Let's create a tree map using Power BI. Now, a tree map is a hierarchy chart. And in Power BI, you can go to your tree map visual, select it, and it will drop right into your report view. You can go ahead and expand it, and it will give you an indicator of what that tree map will look like. So the information that we're going to add in our tree map, or we're going to be doing some, let's do this, and then let's go to select all. Just going to take off food and spices. All right. So now that we have a tree map, we can kind of see here that the largest amount of cells is going to be the biggest box, or the rectangle or square shape, really rectangle shape. So we have the smallest amount of cells is going to kind of fall right here in the bottom right, while the larger amount of cells is going to fall up here in the upper left, on the left hand side. So your bigger cells on the left, while your smaller cells will be on the right. So the good thing about this tree map is you also get some indicators. So this lets you know that this is bread with a color indicator as well, beef, beer, appetizers, apples, and soup. So if we come here to our regions like this, now we get an indicator showing us that these regions have all the sales. These are the regions that's given these product categories the sales. So for bread, West, Midwest, and Northeast are the ones that's kind of tailoring the sales of bread, and so on and so forth. So you can kind of see that, and it keeps the color indicators the same. And now with addition, we have the regions to it. So we can see what regions had what sales, what regions didn't have any sales in bread. So we can kind of see here that the most sales in bread was made by the South region. So you see bread, and then we see South here, while the least amount of sales was made by the Northeast region. And if we come to format, there's a few things that we can do here, and we can toggle the legend on, or we can toggle the legend off. If we toggle this legend on, come up here, and we can kind of select appetizer and get a more closer breakdown of appetizer. Cool feature that they probably could add is a zoom. And we can also turn it back off. We have some colors here where you can go there and kind of change the colors. So if we change this to light green or green, that'll do that. We got some labelers. So these data labels will kind of give us some indication on sales. So now we can kind of see what those sales look like. And then we can come here to increase the size if we so choose. We can also make it bold, unbold it. And then we can kind of come to category labels. We can turn them off. We can turn them on. And we can increase the font. And now you should know how to create a tree map in Power BI. All right, welcome back to Power BI. Let's talk about include and exclude. To include and exclude data, we have to do a few things. So in order to do that, let's just add a simple chart. So we're just going to add this chart right here, this column chart. And what I want to add is, so region is going to be that. That's going to be that. Let's go to our filters and let's change. I'll have to do this one because there we go. All right, so now when we want to include and exclude, several things we can do in Power BI. So for one, if you're just looking at this data and you want to say, all right, I want to compare West region bread sales, and then hit control and then click and say the West region beef, I can do that, right? The next thing we can do with this is we can show what happened if we filter the pane or move it. So if we hit right click and say include, boom, what happens is we only get the bread and beef. And then in our filter indicator, we get this thing right here that says included. So only two are included, but we can get rid of that by simply coming here and hitting this X and hitting that X. And now we got everything back. Now in reverse, what happens is, let's just pick on something else. We can come here, then we can come here and do exclude. So when we do exclude, what happens is the one that we just selected actually disappears. However, it doesn't disappear from your report totally. It just goes up here to exclude it. And what you want to do to get that back is just come here, hit that, and now you have it back. If you want to just highlight everything again, you just double click on that, and now you have all your individuals back highlighted. So the good thing about this is you get an opportunity to kind of play around with include and exclude from a sense of, if I want to just do this, if I want to do the bread sales and the beef sales or the appetizers, and I want to show it to somebody, then I would just say include these only. So now whenever I'm showing this, then I'll only include the ones that I want them to see. I can turn these filters off. I can actually hide everything from the visual when I publish it over, and now they'll only see just the bread and beef. So come here, show this back on, and I can turn this back off, so everything is back. So these are some ways that you can play around with include and exclude, and now you should know how to include and exclude in Power BI. Welcome back. Let's talk about view data and export. In order to do this, let's go ahead and add a chart. So we're going to add this stacked column chart, and I'm going to just put a few things in here. I'm going to, let's drag over sales. Let's drag over region, and we can just use our region for our legend. So imagine I wanted to view this data. Right here, I can kind of see, okay, yes, the data that is being displayed here is the region data and the sum of sales. But what if I wanted to see that data? Well, all you have to do is right click here and then show as a table. So, or show point as table. So when you click on that, you'll get this right here and you'll have show point as table. So now we're able to view that data. Now, what if we wanted to take this data and export it? Now, to do that, you have to come to more options, and then you would just click on export. Once you export, it's going to be in a CSV file, and you can just kind of save that data down, and we'll just show you what that looks like. So we'll just save it here, and then once you export it, it'll be right here called data, and boom, that is what that data will look like when you export it. So now you know you can export data in Power BI. Let's go back to Power BI. Let's just go here, no save. Another thing you can do here is you can either have the ability for the end users to export data, or you can take this away. How do you take this away, you say? All right, what you want to do is you want to go to File. Let's just go back to Report for now. You want to go to File. Then you want to go to your Options and Settings. Then you want to go to your Options. Once you get to your Options, you want to come down here to Current File. So you see it says Current File, and then you want to go to your Report Settings. When you go to your report settings, you have this indicator right here that says Export Data. Now, what you can do is say allow end user to export data, or you can allow, excuse me, you can allow the end user to export data with current layout, or you can say don't allow the end user to export data at all. So these are some features that you can turn on or turn off, just depending on what you want your end users to be able to do and access when they're looking at your reports. Now, you should know how to view data and export data, as well as give some permissions to the data in Power BI. Carl here. Welcome to session 3. In session 3, we're going to be going over maps. We're going to show you how to create maps in Power BI. In Power BI, there are several different types of maps that we can create. Some of those maps include just regular maps. They are longitude, latitude maps, field maps, maps and pie charts, and we're also going to cover the changing of a map's background. So once again, thank you guys for going along with this full course. Thank you guys for watching. Make sure you like and subscribe, and also share this course. And let's go ahead and learn how to create maps in Power BI. Carl here. Let's go ahead and create maps in Power BI. First thing we need to do is we need to go over here to our visualization. We'll shrink this filters pane down, and we're going to select map. If you hover over it, you'll see that this is map. Before we go ahead and select map, let's just go to the other map. So the other one we have is field map. All right, so this is how you create a map. So we're going to go ahead and click on map, and we're going to expand this across our report view. Once we have this expanded across our report view, the first thing I want to pull in is state. So I have state, and you have to make sure you have state in your visual, either state or latitude and longitude. And I'm just going to pull in state into location. And now that I've pulled in state into the location, you can see that there are bubbles created on this map to represent each state where we have cells. So just keep in mind that if you pull it in states and you pull it in cells and you haven't sold to certain states, then there's a chance that those states won't have any bubbles in it, but that doesn't mean your map is not working. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to pull in some of the cells, and I'm going to pull in the cells into bubble size. So I'll pull that into bubble size, and you can see that now in each state, there is a different bubble size. Now the bubble sizes that are larger represents the states that had more cells, and the bubble sizes that are smaller represents the states that had a minimum amount of cells. Now the next thing I want to pull in is the region. So I'll go ahead and pull the region into legend. And now that I pulled the region into the legend, you can see that the Midwest, Northeast, South, and West regions are all color coded. So for the West region, we have the purple. For the South region, we have this orange. And then for the Northeast region, we have the blue. And then for the Midwest region, we have the powdered blue. So now you can kind of see what those indications look like. And now you should be able to create a map in Power BI. Carl here. Let's create a field map in Power BI. To do that, let's go ahead over here to our visualizations, and we're going to hover over field map and just go ahead and click that. We're going to expand this across our report view. And this is similar to our regular map, but instead of having bubbles, we're going to have the entire state field. So let's go ahead and add states in our location. And now that we've added state to our location, you can see that all the states that are in my report are highlighted. So here's a little trick. If you have a middle click on your mouse, you can have a zoom pan and it'll give you the ability to zoom in like this. So now we can see all the states. The next thing I want to go ahead and add is our region. And let's see what happens when we do that. Boom. When we add in our region, we see the West region, South region, Northeast region, and Midwest region, and all of those states are highlighted. And like I said, we can just use our middle click on our mouse if we have it and get back to the main states. All right, let's just go ahead and back out of that, and let's add state to our legend. So if we add state to our legend, we see that every state is given a different color, and we're also given the legend of every state in that particular color. And like I said, I'm just going to zoom here so you guys can see. So now we see every state has its own individual color. So let's just back out of this, and I'm going to add region back. So now that I have region back, I'm just going to pan here again, and notice that as you hover over each state in this respective region, you're going to get the state and you're going to get the region. So Washington is in the West region, while North Dakota is in the Midwest region. And then we have New York in the Northeast region. And then we have the great state of Georgia in the South region. So this gives you an opportunity to see what's behind the information of the state when you hover over it. To get more information, we can go ahead and come in here and let's add cells to our tooltips. So if we add cells to our tooltips and we hover over Alaska, now we have Alaska as our state. The region is the West region, and then our sum of cells in Alaska is 169. And then we just come here and do the same thing. And in the great state of Georgia, we have the state is Georgia, the region is the South, and the sum of cells is 914. And that is how you create a field map in Power BI. Carl here. Let's teach you how to create a map with pie charts. The first thing we're going to do this is we're going to add the map here. We're going to increase this across our report view. Once we increase this across our report view, we're just going to go ahead and add state. Once we add our state, in order to best see this, we want to come to our bubble sizes, and we just want to probably increase this to that. So I'll just go ahead, and you can, like I said, you can pan with your middle click, or you can just scroll up and down. The next thing we want to do to create our bubble chart is we want to go ahead and add in product category, because we want to add something that represents a state with multiple items. So once we do that, we can see that we have instantly created pie chart visuals within our map using the bubble sizes. So now we can see that each state has different categories in the bubbles, so you can see what those indications are. Now, right now, there's no information behind them, but we can also add that information. So I'm going to go ahead and get rid of food and spices, because food and spices is heavily weighted, and we're just going to get rid of it. So now we can kind of see what we're looking like, and I'm going to add in the cells into the bubble sizes. Now that we add in the cells to our bubble sizes, what we now get is a weighted pie chart. And if you've seen before we added cells, Our pie charts weren't weighted, but they were evenly distributed, just to let you know about the different representation of data in each state. So when we add in our sales, once again, now we can see which product category outweighed the other product categories in our pie chart, as we see here in Arizona, where soup was 59.19 and bread was 52, where the heavily weighted one had the most area cover in the pie chart, when the one with the minimum sales had the smallest amount of area covered in the pie chart. So now you should know how to create a pie chart in Power BI. Carl here. Today in Power BI, we're going to be formatting a map. Let's go ahead and get started. I'm going to pull in the map into our report view. I'm going to increase the size of this, and we're going to add in state, and let's just go ahead and add in sales. So we have our state, and then we have our bubble sizes increased by the amount of sales per state. I'm just going to go ahead and zoom in here, and let's go straight to our format visuals. So in our format visuals, we have bubble sizes here, and we can increase those bubble sizes by just increasing this number. And let's go ahead and zoom back in. So now you can see how you can increase those bubble sizes. I'll just go ahead and shrink this back down. You can also change the colors. So we have default color, which is blue, but you can change this color to gold, or you can change this color to purple. So this is how you change that. If you want to change the individual state, what you will need to do is to do a show all. So if we look for a particular state, let's say Texas, we can change Texas to this color, and we can change California to that color, and we can change Florida to this blue. So this is how you change some of those things, and we can just turn this off and set it back to default. Set these back to default as well. Let's get that back. Let's just take this size down a little bit more. Cool. And the next thing we can do is we can add some category labels. So if we zoom in with our scroll, or just go ahead and do this, we can turn on our category labels. So now we can see what that looks like if we add category labels. We can make it bold, unbold it. We can also come here and change our background color to black. And if we go into general, we have our title on, and we can turn that off. We can turn that on. We can change this title to just say sales map. We can put that in the center. We can change the font to Arial black. We can increase the size of it. And we can also change the background color to something like this color right here. And we can take this down. We can add some effects. We can also change the background to that color as well. So now everything is more flushed. We can do a visual border. If you turn visual border on, come here, we can do some rounded corners. So now you can kind of see a visual border. We rounded those corners off, and I'll just take the size down a little bit here so you can kind of see what that looks like when you add that. So let's just take that down. You can also do a drop shadow. So if we turn on drop shadow, now our map is appearing as if it's floating on our report view. And now you know how to format a map using Power BI. Thank you. Carl here. Let's teach you how to change the map's background. Let's go ahead and get started with that by opening up our map in our report view. So we're going to expand this across, and then we're going to add in our state, and we're going to add in our sales. Well, we can really just add in our state, because all we're going to be doing here is going into our map settings, and we're going to be changing some of the styles in our map. So like I said, you can pan in, you can zoom in, do those things with your mouse using your scroll bar, your scroll click. And you can also change some of the styles. So the default style is usually going to be the road. And if we just back up from there, we have a grayscale, and that grayscale will look like this. And then you have the light which is that without the roads. We have our dark scale, which looks like this. So if you want to have this displayed in a darker room, something that's more appealing to the eyes, that will be that. Then we have our area view, which is basically going to show what the terrain looks like across the map in different areas. So this is our area view. And if we zoom in here, we can really see what that terrain looks like using our area view. So we'll just dial that all the way back. And this map is usually more useful when you have those longitude and latitudes and you want to get deep down into what those certain areas look like based on that longitude and latitude. The other things we have here is we have some zoom buttons, and I'll just change this back to our row view for now and just zoom in a little bit here. And we have zoom buttons that we can also add to our map. Our zoom button is going to be given here. This is for the end user to get an ability to just use that to either zoom in or zoom out. And you also have your lasso button. And what this does is when you click on this, it gives you this plus sign indicator. And what happens is this will only call back anything that you lasso over. So if I lasso over these particular states, then you see the other states gray out. And then I can just click anywhere on the map to get those to come back. If I just do that again, if I lasso here just to this little area, then only these 5 states are highlighted, and that's the only data that will return. So that's how that lasso works. And now you know how to change the map background in Power BI. Thank you for watching. Carl here. Welcome to session 4. Thank you guys for continuing to go along this Power BI journey. In this session, we're going to be going over Power BI tables and Power BI table matrices. We're going to start off with some simple tables, simple matrices. Then we're going to move on to formatting, conditional formatting, changing aggregation, creating a matrix, and conditional formatting in the matrix, and doing some automatic hierarchy in the matrix, some subtotal and grand totals, and some normal formatting in the table matrix. So tables and table matrix are a good way to really look at the detailed data. It's a good way to also look at some of the totals and the grand totals if you're looking at financial data or you're looking at any aggregated data. So I hope you guys are ready to learn more about table and matrix in Power BI. Let's go ahead and get started. Carl here. Let's create a simple table in Power BI. First thing we need to do is come over here to the visualizations and grab table. We're going to just expand this across the report view, and we actually do not need the whole space. So I'll just drop this in the center. And what we're going to pull in is, let's just go ahead and pull in our products. And also let's pull in our sales, our profit, and then our quantity. All right, with that pulled in, we have created a table. Some of the things that we can do with this table is we can sort by the product, ascending and descending. We can also sort by the sales, sum of sales, and the same thing with sum of profit and sum of quantity. In our table, you notice that we have some columns here. We can change those column names by just coming here and saying rename for this visual. We can just call that sales. We can call that profit. And then we can call this quantity. Now, you basically know how to create a table in Power BI. Carl here. Let's format a table in Power BI. First thing we need to do is grab a table. And I'm just going to pull this in the tab. All right, now that we've grabbed our table, let's go ahead and add in some information. So I'll pull in those 4. And now that we have this added, let's go ahead and go to our formatting. So in our formatting, we have several different things that we can look at. So the first thing we have is our style presets, and we can change our style presets to none, minimal, and we have other different ones, flashy rows, and we have sparse. So these are some of the ones you can play with. For now, we'll just leave it at none. You can also go into your grid, and you can turn your grid on and off. Right now you see the grid is very light in texture, so we can increase this or just make it black. So now we can see more of the grid. We can just push that back to that, so it's not so obscured. We can also change the width of the grid and make it thicker. We can also turn on our vertical grid. As you can see, we have now a vertical grid, and we can make that solid black. We can also increase the width of that as well. We can just change it back. And we can also come here to our border. So we do have a border. So we have all selections. We have a column header of values. So we'll just do column header. And then I'll change this black to the value to black, and I'll just make it thick. So now we can kind of see what that looks like with a border. We have options, which is basically row padding and global font size. So if we go to global font size, we can increase that, and it increases the font size of everything in the visual. And we'll just leave it at that. Just knock it up a little bit. And we also can do our row padding, which will increase that. And then we have values. So if we go into values, we can change our font values to decrease the size or increase the size, or we can make it bold, we can unbold it, italic, so on and so forth. We can change the text color. We can change it to white, or we can change it back to black. We can change the background color to gray, or we can just leave it white. We have an alternate text color, which is basically every other text. So if we change this to something like a blue, you'll see black, blue, black, blue. Or we just keep it consistent, and I'll just keep it consistent here. And after values, we have column headers. And our column headers, we can also increase and decrease that font size. Usually we want that column header to be a little bit bigger than the values. So we can increase that. We can change this color to black, or we can change this to white. And then we can change our background to black. And we can kind of create our own style with our column headers. We can also fix our alignment. So if we want it to be in the center, we can center the alignment here. We can also go into our options, and we can say auto size the width. So if something is being cut off, then we can auto size that width. So if we have something that's probably like this, we can auto size the width, and it'll fix it. Then we have totals, and our totals is here. We can unbold it, or we can bold it. We can make it italic. We can also change that text color to something else. So that's what that will look like in our totals. We have our specific columns. So in our specific columns, it gives you the ability to basically select which column that you want. So we'll just select one in the middle here, and we'll change the text color. We'll keep it white, and we'll just change the background to something else. So now we can see what that looks like when we basically do a specific column format. We can also center it, or we can push it to the far right or push it to the far left. We can display units in the thousands, millions, billions of trillions. Since we're only dealing with a couple hundred, we'll just leave it the same. We'll just take that away. Then we have some cell elements. And our cell element, this is where we can do some different functions. So if we go to icons here, we can do some functions like this. And if we just hit OK without changing anything, this is what we'll get. So it'll basically add some icons here and give us some green indicators based on the numbers and based on the formatting that you select. And I'll just expand this out. And now you know how to format a table in Power BI. Car here. Let's do some conditional formatting in our table in Power BI. Let's go ahead and drag in table. And I want to pull in my product category, sales, profit, quantity. So I'm going to pick product category, sales, profit, and quantity. And I want to go ahead and make this bigger. So remember, you can just go to grid. You can go to options. Options has global font size. So you can just increase everything by just going to that. So now we have this a lot bigger, and I'll just go ahead and get it to about right there. Next thing we want to do is go to our cell elements. So we see here in our cell elements, we have sales, profit, and quantity. Now, say for example, we wanted to go to our sales. We want to change our background color. So all we'll have to do is just go here and turn that on, and we'll see that in our sales, the one with the darker background has the most sales, while the ones with the lighter background has the least amount of sales. Now, to get a better data view of this, let me just turn off food and spices. So now we see what that would look like if you had done some conditional formatting to your background color. Now let's go into our profit. So if we went into our profit and then we did font color and we just turn this on, we'll see that the font color basically does the same thing, except the font is darker with the most cells, and the least amount of cells, the font is a lot lighter. We can go into font conditional formatting here, and we can change those lowest values, highest values. So if we wanted to say lowest values or more of this yellowish orange color, we can do that, and then that is what it will start looking like. We can basically do the same thing with our cells as well. If we go into this right here, we change the color to, let's just say gray. Then we can kind of see what that looks like. Now, if we go into quantity, and let's just say instead of background color, font color, we turn on our data bars. We just hit data bars here, and now we'll see what those data bars look like in the conditional format setting. We can come into this conditional format, and we can basically say our negative bars will be light. So if we had some negative bars, we can just make them either pink or something like that. We can also change the minimum and maximum to anything. We can change it to something custom if we want to do that. We can say show bar only. So if we show bar only, it doesn't show us any data at all. It just shows us the bars. We can take that, unselect that. We can change the direction to our data bars. So we can go from left to right or right to left. And that is basically what it looks like to change the data bars. And the last thing we can do here is we've done this in the simple, we just turned it on, but we can go back to our cells. Let's go back to our cells, and then let's turn on icons. If we turn on icons, we can see some differences here. So we basically now have some icons, the red diamond icons, this triangle, orange icon, and then we have this green icon to basically give us some indicators. And if we go into our conditional format and properties, and I wanted to say, let's just get rid of everything, and I wanted to just give me a up indication if my value is greater than or equal to 0. Let's just change it to a number. Let's just change it to 100 and less than. I'm going to change this to a number as well. We'll just change that to 100 E9. And then we'll just say a new rule. Just keep this at 0. And we'll just say 500. We'll turn this into red and say OK. Now we have some conditional formatted icons that basically lets us know if it's greater than 500, then give us a green up arrow. And if it's less than 500, give us the red down arrow. And now you know how to do some conditional formatting in a table using Power BI. Carr here. Now we're going to be changing table aggregations in Power BI. What do I mean by that? Let's go ahead and add a table. We're going to put some product categories in here. We're going to actually put our sales, profit, and quantity. And like always, I want to go ahead and I just want to get rid of my food and spices. This is okay. I want to increase my size by just going to grid options. And I'll just make this bigger. It's about right there. All right, so I'll go back into my building my visual. So as you can see right now, we have sum of sales, sum of profit, and sum of quantity. But what if we wanted to change those aggregations? So as you can see right here, I have sum, average, minimum, maximum, and these are the different aggregations where you can change it to. So if I just went ahead and hit average, then now we can see the average of sales on each of these different product categories. I can do the same thing for profit. So if I went to profit and I change this to maximum, now I can see what my maximum profit was. And if I do that, then my maximum profit came from soup and my average sales came from soup and bread. And then if I go to quantity and I can change this to minimum quantity. So we see that our minimum quantity here was 1. And if I change this to maximum, we see that that changed to 8. Or if I say don't summarize at all, this is what we'll see. So another thing we can do here, let's just go ahead and add in our profit one more time. So I'll just drop it at the end here. So now we see our sum of profit. But what if I wanted this to be a percent? So we'll just come here and we'll have a show as, and we just want to show this as a percent. And now if we go ahead and hit here, we have a sum of profit with the highest percent here, which is 5.42%. And now you know how to change table aggregation in Power BI. Carr here. Let's create a table matrix in Power BI. Now, before we create a table matrix, let's explain why we need a table matrix. So if I just create a simple table and I just go ahead and add, let's say product category, region, and sales, we see here that we have these duplicates that you really don't want to see, but it's fine to see. But how do you eliminate these duplicates? Well, you eliminate these duplicates by basically moving this to a table matrix. So once you move it to a table matrix, and I'll just take this away and we'll kind of walk it down. So I have my table matrix selected, and I'll expand this across my report view and bring this closer to the center. And then my rows, I'm going to go ahead and put product categories. So now you see that all those duplicates were eliminated. And then in my columns, I'm going to put the region. So now you see the regions coming across here: Midwest, North, East, South, and West. And then I'll put my sales and the values. And when I do that, now you see where we have cleaned up the table by just simply adding a table matrix. Now in the table matrix, we can look at this from left to right. So appetizers in the Midwest, Northeast, South, and West, and you see it all totals out to that. And then you can also look at the total from top to bottom, from basically totaling all of these up, all the different product categories, to this grand total here. Then we can also see the grand total for each region. So the Midwest region grand total will be 7,866, while the South region grand total will be 16,053. So now you should know how to create a table matrix using Power BI. Carl here. Let's teach you how to do some conditional formatting in a table matrix in Power BI. First, we got to go ahead and create our matrix. So I'm going to expand this across our report view, and I'm going to bring this in, and I'm going to add product category. I'm going to add our region. I'm going to add our sales, and then I'm going to get rid of my food and spices so it's not outweighted. And then next thing we want to do is we want to go into format our visual. So we go into format our visual and we scroll down here to cell elements. And as you can see, all of these function icons, this is how we do conditional formatting in our table matrix. So let's start with some data bars. So we're just going to turn that on. And now you can see what that looks like in your table matrix. So if you click on this function, you have some more options that you can choose from, and I'll just scroll it over here. So we can show this with just bars only. We can turn that on, and then you'll see only the bars, and then you'll see the totals. We can also turn that back off. So we'll show the values for now. And then we have a minimum. We have a minimum lowest value, enter whatever that value is, or a maximum highest value. Then we have positive bars, which basically can change the color here. So if we want to change this to another color, we can do that here. Or if we want to just indicate anything positive as a green, we can come here and make that green. We can also, if we turn this off and turn on icons, we can play around with the different icon formats. So we can change this style to something like this. So it'll basically give us some default values. So we'll just hit OK here. And now we'll see what that looks like with some conditional formatted icons here. Basically giving us icon indicators on each product category and region for the amount of sales made. We also can turn this off and go into font color. Well, we can come here and show where the highest values are. Let's just say we like green a lot, are green, whereas the lowest values, let's just make those a redder color. And now we are kind of looking at something like this. So we'll see all the lower cells will have a reddish color, while the higher cells will have a greenish color. So if we turn that off and go to background color, we can do kind of the same thing here. It kind of creates a table matrix heat map. So we can do the same thing here where the higher values are in the green area, whereas the lower values are something a little red, something like that. And we can add a middle color to create a better balance. So now we have something like this. So now you should know how to do some conditional formatting in your table matrix in Power BI. Carl here. Let's create a table matrix hierarchy in Power BI. First thing we want to do is we want to drag in a table matrix, and I'll just expand this across my report view. I'm going to make this pretty big, and I'll just keep it over here in the far left. Put it right in the center. So the first thing I want to do here is I want to pull in product categories, and I also want to pull in sales. So right now in our table matrix, we have our product category and our sales. And if we wanted to start building out a hierarchy, the next thing we will have to do is to pull in another field into our rows, and I'll just drag and drop it right up under rows. So no advanced calculations needed. I just do that, and you can either come here and click on this plus sign, and now it will give you all the details to what appetizers sold, totaling to this total amount of sales. Another way that we can expand this is by coming up here to our go to the next level in the hierarchy. So we can press these double downs, and this will go to the next level in the hierarchy. So now we're going to product, or we can go back up, or we can expand everything by just clicking on the expand all down one level in the hierarchy by just clicking on this. And now this expands everything down. So as you can see, as we scroll down through each product category, we see some of the product category details and also that product category total right at the level of the main product category. Now let's go all the way back up to the top. And another thing we can do is we can add even more to the hierarchy. So let's just go ahead and grab regions, and let's just put that right in between product category and product. And now we have regions there. So if I hit expand one level down, by doing that, now we see that we have appetizers in our product category. We also have regions, which is our next level. So in our regions, we have our totals for our regions, and then that totals up to the appetizer. And if we expand one more level down, now we can see we have appetizers, then our regions. This is the Midwest region right here. And then what's sold in that Midwest regions to give us this Midwest total. And then if you keep scrolling down, it'll give you everything that sold in each region to give you this grand total at $254. The good thing about this is you can continue to add to this, and we can get all the way down to the state. So if I go ahead and add state, now I added state. So now we have the product category, we have the region, then we have the state as well as the product being the last item on the list. So we have what state sold and what region that state is in, and so on and so forth. And if we go ahead and drill back up, now we see what it looks like before we drill down. The next thing we want to do here is we want to add the date. So we're going to add the date into columns. And once we add the date into the columns, we see something new here. So we see the dates in the year, which is set to the default since this is the first one on our date. And then we have a new drill down. So we have drill on rows, which if we drill on rows, we know we can start drilling on the rows like this. And if we go back up to the top and we change this to from rows to columns, now we can drill on the columns, which will basically drill on the year, quarter, month, and day. So now that if I click down one level, now we see it's going to quarters. And then if I click another level, we go to months. And if I click all the way down, it goes to the day. And I can drill back up like this. If I expand all down one level in the hierarchy, this is what we'll get. So now we see the 2018 quarter 4 was sold in 2018 was just quarter 4. 2019 quarter 1, 2, 3, and 4, and all the totals for each quarter. And if we drill one more to the month, we can also see what quarter and what month. So November, December here, and then in quarter 1, January, February, March, and then our total for that quarter. And then we can use our scroll bar to keep looking at that data. So we're drilling down more in the hierarchy and come back up here. And let's just say we want to drill down by the rows, and then we want to come here to columns and say, let's look at it by the quarter. Now we can look at it by the quarter, and we've also drilled down by that particular row. And if we wanted to look at even more detail, we can come back here to rows and drill down once again to the state. So now we can really start looking at more details in this table matrix by using these different hierarchies. And now you should know how to create and utilize the hierarchy in the table matrix in Power BI. Car here. Let's do some subtotal and grand total formatting in our table matrix in Power BI. Let's go ahead and first grab our matrix. I'm going to grab my matrix and drag it over here. Expand it across. I'm going to pull in product category. I'm also going to pull in region, and then I'm going to pull in some sales. And to show you what we're going to be making updates and changes to, we're going to be making updates and changes to the subtotals here and our grand total here. How do we do that? We go into our format visuals, knowing that we have just added rows and not columns. We're going to go into our row subtotals and then our row grand total. So first things first, let's go into our row subtotals. Know that in Power BI you can turn your row subtotals off, or you can turn them back on if you choose. You can also come into values and you can change the text color, or you can just change that background color to say, well, I want this to be my row indication. So if I change that background color, now you can see what that looks like with the background color changed. If I want my subtotals to show all the way across, include the labels, then I just say apply to labels as well. And once I do that, now you see that this function has also been applied to the labels. And we can go ahead and minimize this. Now let's go to our row grand total. And if we go to our row grand total, which we're going to be focusing on this right here. Right now, it has changed with our subtotals to blue. But now that we're formatting it, we're going to change this color to this yellowish orange. And we see that it's changed on our grand total, but hadn't changed on our label. So we want to also apply this to our label. So just take on right here. We have applied this to our label. You can also do this in the columns. And I'll just do this real quick. And we'll just add our columns here. So we have our column. And if we go back here into our row subtotals, we have our column subtotals instead of our row subtotals now. And right now our column subtotals have nothing. But if I wanted to change our color subtotals to another color, let's just pick a light color like that. So now we have our column subtotals there. And we can also change our column grand totals. So I'll just minimize the row grand total. Now we're in our column grand totals. And if I want to just match this bottom one here, then I'll just turn it to that. And now we have applied it to our label, or we can take that off. And with that, now you know how to format your grand total and subtotal matrix in Power BI. Carl here. Let's do some formatting in the table matrix in Power BI. Let's go ahead and create our matrix. Now just pull this one down here. And we're going to add in some product category. And then we're going to add a few values this time. So let's just go with sales. Let's go with quantity. And let's go with profit right in the middle. All right, so now that we have these values, let's also add in the region in our rows. All right, so now we have that. So let's go to format. What we're going to be doing is basically formatting the row subtotals. And to do that, we're going to go down here to cell elements. And let's just start with the sum of sales. So the sum of sales, we're going to add some data bars. And we have the data bars there. Let's get rid of food and spices. So just like in the table, we do the same thing as with the table matrix. The difference here is when we click on this plus sign, now we get to see the breakdown of the appetizers by the region. And when we click back up, we can see what that looks like. And if we expand everything down, now we get to see what that looks like as we format the table matrix. Next thing we want to do is format the sum of profit. Format the sum of profit. We're going to go with some icons, and we're going to just change the style of the icons. Let's just say change it to that. So now we have some icon indicators for our sum of profit, and then for our sum of quantity, let's change the background color. So we're going to change the background color, creates this heat map effect, and we can go here, and I love to add the middle value. That way, if I go green, and then I put my lowest value as red, then it clearly gives me a good indication of what's really red and what's really green. And now you know how to do some formatting in your table matrix in Power BI. Card here. Today in Power BI, we're going to be creating a simple card. In Power BI, you can go to visualizations. Let's just increase this so we can have more space. We're going to go to card, and this is just a simple card. And then I'll just give this, drag this here. So, and when you have a simple card in Power BI, all you have is just this one field to add to. So we're going to add in sales. So as you add this card into sales, you notice that you get the total amount of sales for your card. And let's just try to add a few more cards. So I'll just come here, add another card. We're going to add the profit card. And if you see, you have the total, the sum of profit for the profit. And if we add another card, and I'll just bring this one up. I'll also bring this one up here. And we'll add quantity. So now you see we have 3 different cards. And I'll put them right here, going across the top. And that is how you create a card. Now, how do you know these cards work? Or how do you know these cards will work with your other visuals? So let's just add something like a simple table. We add a simple table, and let's just say in this table we have subcategory and we have sales. So let's do some product categories. Then we add sales in here. Now we see if we click on the appetizer, which is at 254, when we click on that appetizer, we notice that the card will change. So now we get to see the sum of sales, sum of profit, and sum of quantity for that appetizer. Let's say we had another visual. All right, so let's add a pie chart. And I'll add a pie chart here. This will be our last one. And let's just say in our pie chart, we have region. And then we have profit. And now we can see the profit in each region. So in our, let's say in our Northeast region right here, we have $3,000 profit. Now we'll see that our profit is 389, which is here. Then we'll also see our sum of sales, and then we'll see our sum of quantity. And this is just basically an indication that the cards actually are working, and you don't really need to do any other connections because the cards are basically talking to the other visuals through the same data here. And then let's just unclick that. So now let's go into some formatting. So imagine we wanted to have these cards. I'll just bring one up. And now I want to basically have these even all the way across. So as we can see here, these cards are a little shifted. So we can go into format, we can align, and then we can come here into our format, and then we can distribute horizontally. So now we have it evenly distributed horizontally. And then I can come here and just bring this up to that line. And now that all the cards are even. Another thing we can do, if I come here and I highlight all the cards, and then I go into format now, and then I go into general, I can come here into effects, and then we can add a visual border to all the cards at the same time. So if I do that, now we should see a border, and I can increase around the corners. So now I rounded the corners of the border. Then I can come down here to shadow, and I can drop a shadow on all of the cards. I can also take that border away. Then we'll see the cards without the actual border. And then I can come here to background, turn the background off, and this will basically blend with whatever the background is. Well, I can just keep that on. And if I go ahead and click out right here, that is how you create a simple card in Power BI. Card here. Let's create a text card in Power BI. Now the way we're going to do that is the same way we created a simple card, except this time instead of entering the values, we're going to find a text card. So in order to do this, we're just going to do the 1, 2, 3 card, which is the card, and then I'm going to do the product category. Now when I do the product category, it's basically going to give me the first product category in alphabetical order. And if I wanted to change this, I will come here to this drop down, and then I will select last, which will give me the last product category in alphabetical order from the bottom to the top. Let's go ahead and change that back to first. We can also look at the count of that product category, and this will give us the total count of the product category. And we can also do a count distinct, which will also give us a distinct count of the product category and how many times it showed up in that visual. And if we change this back to first, let's create a scenario. So if we add a table here, and I'll just expand this table across, give it some space, and let's just say we're going to do product category, sales, profit, region. Now you see that we have some different values here. So imagine if we went ahead and did this, and we seen that food and spices, bread, and soup are our top 3 for the sum of sales. How do we get these text cards to indicate that? Well, let's just do this. So in our text card, we're going to have filters. So let's just drag and drop a filter here. So when you drag and drop a filter here, this gives you the ability to change the filter type. So we want to go away from the basic filtering, and we want to go into top end filtering. Top end filtering gives us the ability to create a ranking. So the ranking that we want to do this value by is the sales. Now, once we add our sales in here, we're going to just say, let's give us the #1 ranking. And we can clearly see in our table here that the #1 ranking is food and spices. And next, all we have to do is click apply filter. So if we apply that filter, we see that food and spices is now the #1 ranking. And then we can just come here to rename our visual. And then let's just say this is #1. That's not #1. So we just move that over to the corner. Let's add another card. On this card, we're going to add profit. And let's just say we want to add the 1, 2, 3, 4. We want to add the 4th ranking in profit. So let's just add our product category. We have our product category. Once again, it's going to default to that first product category in that alphabetical order. And we add our ranking by just adding this to change our filter type. We're going to go to top end, and the one that we want is 1, 2, 3, 4. So we're just going to hit 4 here. Then we want to add our values, which is the profit, by value profit. And then we see apply filter. So that one should be beef. So when we hit apply filter here, boom, we get beef. And then we can just come here and rename our visual to #4 ranked. And now that's #4 ranked, and I'll just do the same here. And then let's just add one more. So imagine we wanted to get some sum of quantity card. So we'll just add another card here, and then I'll shrink it down as much as I can to get it in here. All right, so they want to add a product category. A note that we will always default to that alphabetical order. Next thing we want to do here is drop this here. We want to change our basic filtering type to top end, and then we want to do by values of quantity because we're doing quantity now. And then let's just say we want to pick #2. So let's just change this to top 2, and then we're going to apply the filter, and we should get bread. Boom, and we get bread. Then we can just come here and just say #2 ranked. And that is how you create a text card in Power BI. Card here. In Power BI, we're going to be creating a date card. Now let's go ahead and get that started. So in a date card, what are some of the reasons why you would need a date card? Possibly you want to know on what day did we have the highest amount of sales, or what day we had the lowest amount of sales. So this is how you do this in Power BI. So first we're going to grab the simple card, the 1, 2, 3 card, and then we're going to drag in the date. And by default, it's going to give us the earlier date. So how do we know that this is the earlier date? So let's just go ahead and create a simple table. So I'll just do a table here, and then I'll drag this over, and then we're going to add in the date, and I'll just change this to just regular date. And then I want to also add sales, I want to add profit, and I want to add quantity. So now you can see here, if I click on this to give me the earliest date, we see that that earliest date is November the 16th, 2018, and it's a Friday. Now, how do we know what's the latest date? We know it's the latest date by just clicking it again, and the latest date is November the 13th. And then how do we indicate this in the card? So we go to the card by changing it from the earliest date to the latest date. So when you change it to the latest date, now we see that the latest date is November 13th, 2022. Now, work scenario. Imagine we wanted to know on what day did we have the highest amount of sales and on what day we had the lowest amount of sales. So to create this, I'm just going to do two simple cards. So I'll just drag another card here. And then I'll go ahead and expand this over. So I'll just do another card with date in it. So by default, it's going to default to the earliest date, which is fine. And I'll go back here and change this to earliest. So if we come down here to our table, we can see the date that we profited the most was on August the 29th of 2020, which was $114 in sales. And we also had a $100 profit. So how do we indicate this on our date card? So we come to our date card, and what we want to do is we want to drag in date here. And again, we want to change our filter type to top in. So if we change our filter type to top in, we change our value to sales. We can say top in sales. We can say once we apply that filter, we should get this date here, August 29th. So I'll just go ahead and apply that filter. Once I apply that filter, we see that we get that date, and I'll just change this earliest date on the visual to date of highest sales. All right, so how do we flip this? So we flip this by we come in here, and if we come here and say, all right, give us the date of the lowest amount of sales, we see that that is June the 24th of 22. So how do we flip this on this card? We come here, we make sure this card is selected. Again, we want to drag in the date. We want to change our filter type to top in. But instead of top this time, we want to filter this from the bottom. So we want to say the bottom, and we want to rank this by the number one at the bottom. Then we want to bring in our sales again by the value. And when we hit apply filter, we should see this June 24 date. And we see this June 24 date. So then we can come here and we can change this name to date of the lowest sales. So now we have created two date cards, one date card to indicate the date of the highest sales and one date card to indicate the date of the lowest sales. Now you know how to create a date card in Power BI. Card here. Let's create a multi-row card in Power BI. First thing we want to do is we want to go to multi-row card. Once we go to multi-row card, we want to pull this into our visual. And this is what a multi-row card would look like. So we can start off with the product category. We start out with the product category. We have all the different product categories. And if we add sales, now we'll see sales. And let's just say we wanted to add the profit. So if we add profit, now we'll see the profit. And let's just expand this out. And let's just say we wanted to add one more, which is the quantity. So now in this, you'll basically see multi-rows in our card. So now let's create a scenario that would be a good use case. So let's just back out to sales. And then let's just shrink our multi-row card over here. And we can just leave it as is right now. And I'll just leave these top three. Let's just say we wanted to see the top three sales in different product categories. How we do that in our multi-row card? Well, same thing as our other card, our text card and the date card. So we'll just come here, make sure that this is selected, and then we want to drag over product category into here. Once we drag over product category, we want to change our filtering type to top N. And instead of top 1 this time, we want to say top 3. And then we want to add in our sales and our values and hit apply filter. Once we hit apply filter, now we get the chance to see, and I'll just pan this down to show you that it'll show you the top 3 product category sales, which is basically food, spices, bread, and soup. Now let's look at this another way. So say that we added a pie chart. So if we add a pie chart here, and then our pie chart, and this is why I love pie charts, we can say our region, and then we can say our sales. And now we see nothing has really changed here, but let's just say we wanted to pick on the West region. So if we pick on the West region, now we can see what our top 3 total sales are in our West region, which is bread, food and spices, and soup. And then we get to see those sum of sales in that West region. And we can do the same thing as we click through each of the other regions by seeing those top 3 product category sales in each region. And now you know how to create a multi-row card. Card here. Today in Power BI, we're going to be talking about filters on a visual. So if you notice in Power BI, we have this filters pane. And whenever you have a filters pane, the default view is going to be the filters on this page and the filters on all pages. But we do have one more filter, and that is called filters on visuals. So the one that we're going to be focusing on is filters on visuals. So in order to do this, let's just go ahead and set the scene. So I'm going to be adding in map, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to add in 4 different maps because we're going to be looking at the region. So I'm just going to copy, paste. So I'm going to add one here. I'm going to add one here. And then I'm going to add one in this corner. And in addition to these maps, I'm going to add a table right in the middle. And then this table is going to be our product category and our sales. So I'm just going to probably drag it down just a little bit here. So let's go ahead and start setting the scene. So let's go product category, sales. So that is how that is going to look. Let's shrink this down a little bit so that we can see our sales totals. So we'll drag this out. There we go. All right. And I'll just expand it back out just to give the map some space. So let's go ahead and set this up. So in each one of these maps, I want to go ahead and add, of course, the state, the legend, and then the sales. And those are going to be our bubble sizes. And we can just repeat this. And I should have did this in the beginning. We can just repeat this by just coming here and control and copy. And now we have all our different regions. Now, the only thing about this is we're looking at the same thing 4 different times. So what we want to do now is we want to filter on our visuals, right? So let's just go from left to right. So on each one of these visuals, we're just going to have one region. So how do we do that? So we just come over here, make sure this one is selected, and then we're going to drag region to filters on visual, add data fields here. And then once we do that, we're going to pick Midwest. So now we only see Midwest in this particular visual. So we just did our first filter on visual. Now let's go ahead and do that on this one. So we're going to drag and drop once again, and just repetition always gets the mind fresh and gets the mind remembering. And then we're going to do south. So we're just going to drag and drop here, and then let's pick south. So that is the south region. And then let's do the same thing here one more time. And then we're going to pick west. So this is the west region. So now what we've done is we've created a filter on 4 different visuals. And on those 4 different visuals, it's just the sum of sales of a region. However, it's not all the regions. Each particular visual has its own separate region. This way, if we wanted to look at product category sum of sales from region to region without having to zoom in and zoom out. Now we can come here and select appetizer, and we'll see those changes and we'll see those zooms happen, and we'll be able to get more detailed view of each one of those regions because we filtered on each one of those visuals. And you can just continue to do the same thing, and you'll see the changes happen and all those different changes take effect. So now you see that. So now you know how to create a filter on a visual in Power BI. Thank you. Car here. Today on Power BI, we're going to be doing a filter on a page. So to set this scene, imagine I am a VP for a large company, and we have 4 regions and we have 4 region general managers. So let's go ahead and set this scene. So the first thing I want to see here is I want to see some details. So I want to see the city. Let's just say, let's see the product category. Let's see the cost. Let's see the sales, and let's see the profit. Now we have started doing some storytelling. Next thing I want to do is I want to see a shape map. So I want to come here, make about this size. So I want to go to state, and then I want to see sales. Now with our shape map, we have some high performers are the darker shade, while the low performers are the lighter shade. The next thing I want to do is I want to do a graph column chart, and then this column chart is just going to be the years, well, the year in sales. So let's just get rid of quarter, month, and day. So now we get to look at this by summer sales by the year. Now, in order to have this conversation with my first general manager in the Midwest region, I would need to filter this on a page. So in order to do that, we need to come over here to regions, and we want to drag regions into filters on this page. Once we drag it into filters on this page, nothing happens. But once we come here, and like I said, I want to start having a conversation and some dialogue with my Midwest general manager, and then I'll just click here. So now we get to see those changes take effect on each one of our visuals. With our state visual, we see that we only have the Midwest region selected. On our column chart, we see that we have summer sales, and we see that, and we see some year over year and which ones outperformed and which ones are on a decline. And then here we get to see the cities. So now I get to say, all right, let's see what city had the most sales, and let's start having some conversation and dialogue behind the one with the most sales versus the one with the least amount of sales. So I can also come here and I say, well, let's look at Ohio for an example. This will only give me everything in Ohio and all the different cities in Ohio to talk about some of the granular details. So the city with the most sales versus the city with the least amount of sales. And let's talk about some Y's. Now imagine we wanted to go to the next page. So I'll just click here and say, well, I want to filter this visual on the Northeast region because my next meeting is with the Northeast general manager. So now I'll come here and I'll just change this to Northeast. Now this is Northeast, and I can just also hide this, and I can have this conversation with the Northeast general manager. We can only be focusing on this region in particular and just developing some of that same dialogue. And we can also do the same thing with the South. And like I said, you would just hide this, then you just start developing some of that dialogue. And now you know how to filter on a page in Power BI. Carl here. Today on Power BI, we're going to be showing you how to filter on all pages. Let's go ahead and get started. All right, first thing we're going to do, let's go ahead and drop in some data in a table. So in this table, we're just going to say product category, sales, and let's just do that. Next thing I want to do is I want to open up these filters and just kind of explain this. So the visual that we have is the product category and sum of sales. But if you click off of that visual into the report view, we have filter on all pages. Now, say for example, we wanted to filter only the beef product category on all the pages. So what we would need to do is drag over product category for filter on all pages. and then we just select beef. Now pay attention to what happens when I select beef. So when I select beef, now we see that only beef is selected on this page. However, this is filtered for all pages. So if we go back into our filter on visual or filter on page, we should see only beef on all of those pages. So we'll go back to this one. So we're only seeing the beef sales because we've just filtered on all pages, as you see here. So this is basically showing you on all pages that you have a filter on all pages for product category, and it is just to show beef. So we can come back here. Now we see beef here for all those categories. And then we go back to our original page, filter on all pages to beef. Now, if we wanted to go ahead and test this a little further, let's just say we want to do bread and appetizers. So notice that we don't change anything on any other pages. We just are changing the filter on all pages pane, and we added in the product category, and we're just selecting appetizers and bread. So we see appetizers and bread, and we have filter on all pages. So when we go back to the filter on a page, we see appetizers and bread. So you see appetizers here, you see bread there. And then if we filter on a visual, we see appetizers and bread here as well. So that is how you filter on all pages in Power BI. Carl here. Today in Power BI, we're going to be showing you how to do a drill through and why you would need to do a drill through. Let's go ahead and get started. So what I have here is I have created a report to basically show us some very high level information. So I have a KPI report that lets us know we want to reach this goal of $170 in sales. And I have a sales by year and I have a sales by region. As we click through each one of these, so in my Northeast, we see that the Northeast region did not reach its sales goal, while the other regions did. Then we have our sales by year, and if we start clicking through here, we'll see that in 2022 we did not reach our goal. We reached it in 21, we reached it in 20, we did not reach it in 2019, it was just about $2 off, and then we have 2018 where we didn't reach our goal. How do we drill through to see more information to be able to determine, well, where did we fall short? What are some of the areas we can look at? Well, you do that by creating a drill through. So let's go ahead and create that. First thing I want to know is if I failed in the Northeast region, then we need to be able to look at the Northeast region in particular to see the what's in the house. So let's go ahead and create a page where we can drill through to look more at the Northeast region to see what's going on. So to do that, we're just going to hit this plus sign here. And what I want to do is just call this, I'll just call this region details. And I'll quickly create this page by just snapping my finger. All right, so I've created this region details page for you guys. I wanted to just go ahead and do it real quick. As you can see, I have 4 different views or visualizations. I have the map visualization that's just showing the regions. Then I have this card as an identifier. I love to add the identifiers whenever I'm doing a drill through so that I know that when I do the drill through, the right information is being displayed. Then I added some more details here so we can break it down by the city, the sum of cost, the sum of sales, and the sum of the profit. And we can even go deeper as far as the customer name and the sales by that customer. So to do the drill through portion of this visual, we need to now go ahead here where it says keep all filters on, and then right below that it says add drill through fields here. The drill through fields I want to add is the region, so I'm going to add in region there. And once I add in region, you will see that this button magically appeared, and now we can use this to go back to the previous page in this report. So we can use this by just hitting control and going back. Now that we're back here, we can come here and say, well, we have 4,657 sales in the Northeast region. However, when we look at that, we see that we're really not hitting the goal that we want to hit as far as $170 in our goal. How do we look at more details on our data to be able to see that? So now, as you see, as we hover over this, we get this new drill through. And now we can drill through region details. So let's go ahead and hit region details. Once you hit the region details, now we see, and as you can see here, this is 4,657.33 cents, 4,657.33 cents, 4,657.33 cents. So now if we go ahead and hit control and go back, we see that we're looking at the details of these region sales. So let's just go ahead and go back to our region. So now we can come here and look at some more granular data to see, all right, what are we doing in some of these areas that's not helping us meet the goals that we want to be able to meet. And we can also look at the customer base and see, you know, the different customers and the amount of money they're spending, so on and so forth. With that being said, that's how you create a drill through in Power BI. Carl here. All right, so you've done a great job so far. If you've made it this far, we are now on session 6. So in session 6, we're going to be talking about slicers, how to add slicers, text slicers, how to format those slicers, date slicers, and how to format those slicers, and then finally number slicers. In Power BI, there's one slicer visualization. However, in that slicer visualization, there are several different fields and ways that you can use that slicer. So let's go ahead and dive into slicers in Power BI. Carl here. Today in Power BI, we're going to be doing slicers for text. So as you know, in Power BI, if you come over here, let's just minimize the filters pane. If you come over here to the visualizations, we only have one visualization for slicer, and that's this slicer visualization. So if we wanted to add this and play around with it to see how this works, we'll come here and we will just drop it in here. Now we have to add some information in here to get this visualization to work. And this right here is just kind of a sample of what that will look like. So we're going to add in product category. And now we see our product categories. Then let's just add another fields in our report view. So this visualization is just going to be all the different products. So now we can see all our different products that are in our data table. So if we click on our slicer and just select Apple, when we select Apple, now we get to see how that slicer works in regards to just having apples, and it's just displaying all the Apple products. And the same thing if we click on beer, now we see all the different beer products. And the same thing if we click on beef. So now we get to see all the different beef products. In addition to adding just one field to this slicer, we can also add a hierarchy. So if we come here and let's just say we wanted to have product category and then we wanted our regions here, we can say, all right, let's go for appetizers and then all the different regions. So now we get to see what appetizers sold in the Midwest region. So now we can see appetizers that sold in the Midwest region. We can see appetizers that sold in the North regions, South region, and the West regions. If we wanted to look at two different ones, we can hold down control and we can select Northeast and West region at the same time. We can come here. This is going to clear the selection. So we can clear our selection here. Look at all our different product categories again and select multiple different product categories. We can again click on the first one, hold down control, click on the second one, click on the third one. As long as you're holding down control, you can click through multiple product categories. So if we just click here, it'll take it away, or you can just click on clear selection. In addition to that, if you click on this down arrow, you have a list slicer, then you have drop down slicer. So if we select drop down slicer, now we're able to look at the slicer as a drop down instead of just a big list. And now what you do is you create more space in your report view so that you can add more data information to this. This is just by simply selecting between list and drop down. You get the same effect. If you drop down, you come here, now you got a little scroll and you can click on appetizers. You can still see your appetizers. You can still see your hierarchical data, and you can expand it and unexpand it. And a better example of this would probably be something like state. So if we just change this back to list, and let's just expand this all the way down. Let's just get rid of product category and region, And then let's add in state. So as we know, we can get all the states. And if we click on Alabama, we see all the products in Alabama. But what if we wanted to look deeper into this and say, well, I want to see Alabama, but I want to see the cities as well. And we can drag in cities as our hierarchy. So now we see Alabama and all the cities in Alabama with different products. So we can select off of that. Now we can just look at Mobile, we can look at Montgomery, and we can look at Birmingham. Or we can look at Birmingham, Huntsville, and Montgomery all together. So now you know how to create a slicer for text in Power BI. Carl here. Let's format a text slicer in Power BI. Let's go ahead and add some data. So first thing I want to do is I want to grab my slicer visualization and I'm going to drop it here. And this one, let's just say product category. Let me minimize this one. I want to say product category. So I'm going to add product category here. We want some information. So I'm going to add in a table. And in my table, let's just add product sales. And let's get rid of, let's just change his name. And we'll bring this one over here. And not to make it too big, let's just go here. So how will we format this slicer? So the way we'll format this slicer is by going into format your visual. So if I go into format your visual, we have visuals, then we have general. And in visuals, we can just go ahead and start expanding the slicer settings. The first thing we see is the option to change the orientation of our slicer. So as a default, we're going to get a vertical. And if you change it, we'll change it to horizontal. And by changing it to horizontal, now you'll see that now we have horizontal visualization for our slicer. So instead of that vertical selection, now we have a horizontal slicer selection. So when we click into each one of the slicers and click on advertisers, we have this horizontal slicer. And then if you don't want to have to hit control every time you click on a different one, you can also keep this selected, go into your format visual. You want to go into selections and you want to turn off multi-selection with control. You just turn that off. With that off, now you can click on different selections in your slicer and you'll see that they'll all be selected as you select them. And you just simply click them to unselect. The next thing you want to do is expand the slicer header. So you can toggle this on and off. So if you toggle this on, you can come down here where it says product category and you can change the font size. You can make this bigger. And you can also come here to change the border. So you can change your border color so it can be that color, or we can change it to something like that where it's blue. Font color will remain black. We can also change the font. So this is changing the font of our title text. So let's just minimize the text and just focus on our border. So we have border positions. So we have top, we have bottom, we have left, and we have right. So this is just giving us a border around our slicer header. And we can just select those to get those to go away. And let's just change this back to black. We can increase this line width so we can make this thicker. And if I pull this down, now you can get to now you can see the whole thing. And you can turn that thickness down. And let's just minimize that. Then we can change the background. Right now the color is transparent, but we can change this background to another color. So if we change this to orange, so now that changes the slicer header background, and we can just change it back to that, or we can just get rid of the slicer header altogether. And then we can go to values. Our font color is this black. You come down here and change the border position. So it can say we can get rid of the top, bottom, left, and right. So if we get rid of this all together, let's just say we did that. When we select this, All we have is just the selection itself without all the border details. And if we go to background, right now the background is blank, but we can change the background to something like that. Or if you want to see our letters, we can change it to orange. If you don't like it where it is, you can come here and you can pull it over to the side like this, and you can change it to, even though we selected horizontal in our slicer settings, by minimizing it and pulling it to the corner, we can get it in this vertical format. Or you can change it here to more horizontal format, or you can expand it across like this to get a selection like this, so it's looking more like some buttons and triggers. And that is how you format a text slicer in Power BI. Hey, it's Carl here. Let's use a date slicer in Power BI. First thing we need to do is grab our slicer. And even though I call it a date slicer, it's just a slicer. We're just going to add the date in it. So we're just going to drop the date in there. And now we see we get a slicer that kind of shows a between the beginning date and the end date. Then let's just add a quick table in here. And I'll just throw a table in here just with just the dates. So now we have the dates in here. And I'll just flip this to date. So now we can see the date. And then the between date slicer, we can drag this and it'll show us the dates where it's between 4/14/2020 and 8/26/2020. And we'll see that represented in our data table. The next thing we have is before, and in our with this selected, this is basically saying give me everything before this current date that I want to select. So if I select 9/28/2020, it's going to give me everything before this date, which is from 11/16/2018 to 9/28/2020, because it's looking at everything before. Now if we can switch this to after, and what this does is, I'll just stretch it off to kind of explain it. So what's this doing is giving me everything after this date that I select. So it's basically going to select everything after 2018 to the latest data or date that it can select. So if I drag this all the way here, it's going to give me everything after 9/9/2022. So I'll just bring that back. The next one we have is list. And what the list is, it's just a list of the dates. Pretty simple. The next thing we have is a drop down. The drop down is just a list option that either gives you the list or it gives you the list with the drop down, so you don't take up a whole page. The next option we have is a relative date. The relative date is basically going to show you the last one day, month, or year, next one day, month, or year, and this day, this month, or this year. And I'll show you how this works real quick. So of course we're not going to get anything for the last day because this goes off the current date, so the system date, and the system date is 12/13. And if I select this, like I said, it won't show us anything. It won't show us anything with the weeks. It won't show us anything with the months, and it'll show us something with the years because it's within the last year. The next thing we have is next. So if we come back up to the top, or just hit this to clear the selection, and then go to next. So this is saying give me the next day. I'll say give me the next day, which like I said is going off the system date. So the system date is 12/13, or give me the next weeks, give me the next month, or give me the next year. This won't show anything because like I said, it's based on the system date, and the latest date is in November. The next one is this. So if I say this year, of course it's going to give us this year. This month won't give us anything because it's a system date. This week on this day will not either. If I go ahead and delete that, and the next one we have is relative time. Now if you had time in your data, then this will give you the ability to select between the minutes and hours, as well as say the last minute or hour, the next minute or hour, or this minute or hours. So if I just go back up here to between, another thing we can do here in our date is we can change that 18 to a 20 by just typing it, or we can come here and change this to a 21 by just typing that. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how you create and use a date slicer in Power BI. How's it going, guys? It's Carl here. We're going to be formatting a date slicer in Power BI. Let's go ahead and get started. First thing I want to do is I want to bring in my slicer. Yes, sir. And then with the slicer, I want to add a date. Now we're going to be doing something different this time in formatting the date slicer. Instead of this between date, I want to change this to a date hierarchy. Boom. Now by changing that to a date hierarchy, what I get now is the year. Let me not delete that. It's the year, quarter, month, and the day. So with that being selected, or that option being available, I can now drop down and say, give me 2018's first quarter. And let's just go ahead and add some dates on the side so we can see what that looks like. So I want to go here and I just want to say 2018 first quarter. We see nothing happening in the first quarter. Second quarter, nothing. Third quarter, nothing. Fourth quarter is when things look like they started jumping off. And we can do the same thing for 2019. Just give me all the first quarter dates for 2019. And now we are into some formatting in our date slicer visual. In addition to that, let's go ahead and format our visual to see what more options we have. The first thing we have is the slicer settings. So we have our single select, multi-select, and show all. So we can turn this on, and this basically gives us the option to select all the dates. Then we have our single select off. Then we have our multi-select on. So if we turn this off, now I can click on multiple dates, and then I can just do select all, clear selection. That's all we have for those slicer settings. We have a slicer header. We can turn this off. If I turn it off, that's what it looks like. If I turn this on, I can just change this name to dates, and that's what that would look like. We also have the slicer header border. So as you've seen in previous videos, we can add a border around our slicer header, this dates portion right here. So we can say top, bottom, left, right, and there. And we also have the background, so we can change this color to something like that. So now we'll see a color for our slicer. Then we can go to our values, and then our values, we can change the font color, padding, and you can play around with those other options. Then we have hierarchy level, so step layout indication, and then we have expand and collapse, which gives us this plus minus, or it gives us this correct, like that. And that, ladies and gentlemen, how you format a date slicer in Power BI. Carl here. Let's talk about number slices and how do you add those in Power BI and what do they look like. Let's go ahead and start with the data table. So we're going to add a customer data table. We want to see customer names and we want to see customer sales. So let's come here, customer sales. I'm going to change this name and expand this out. So let's go ahead and add in a slicer. And our slicer, instead of a date this time, we're going to add the quantity. So this is just going to be a number. So now by adding the quantity to our slicer, we get to see the customers that bought between 1 and 8 items. So if I wanted to say, well, show me all the customers that bought between 5 and 8 items. By doing that, now I get to see all those customers that bought between 5 and 8 items. Or I can even say, give me all the customers that bought either 5 or 6 items. Now I can see all of those customers as well. Another thing you can do here with this slicer is you can come here with the list. And when you do the list, I'll just expand this down. Now I can say, give me all the customers that bought 8 items. So these are all the customers that bought 8 items, and so on and so forth. So give me all the customers that bought 2 items, or give me all the customers that just bought 4 items. Now Now that I have that option, I can do that. One more thing we can do here with the slicer, and I'll just leave that one and add a new slicer here, and I'll just bring this up right beside this one, is we can also add sales. So I'm going to add sales in for our number value. So these are all our sales between $7 and $28.99. And what I can do here is I can drag to see, give me everything, all the sales made between these numbers. Or I can just get rid of this altogether and say, give me all the sales between $10 and $15. So now I'm seeing all the sales in between those numbers. Another thing I can do is I can clear this selection and I can say, give me 4. And then with this 4 selected, I can say, give me all the sales in between 10 and give me all the sales in between 15. So now I see all the items sold that's in between, all the items that sold, 4 items that's in between $10 and $15. Now we know how to use number slicers in Power BI. Carl here. You guys has made it to session 7. So I just want to go ahead and give you guys a hand clap if you made it this far. We're making amazing progress. And this is session 7. We're going to be talking about advanced charts in Power BI. The advanced charts in Power BI are an addition to the basic charts that we've been doing with all the charts that Power BI gives you from a default and from a standard visualization view. The advanced charts are the charts that we're going to be looking at are inside of the marketplace. So it's the Power BI Microsoft Marketplace. These are third-party charts and features that you can pull into Power BI. Just keep in mind that the ones with the check mark are verified by Microsoft. Those are the ones that are necessarily preferred and tested by Microsoft. Then you have some without check marks that you still can utilize, but they just haven't been tested with Microsoft or verified with Microsoft. That's not a big problem or a big deal. Also, if you're using these advanced charts in Power BI, you need to make sure that you have a school or organization account. That way you can sign in and use these third-party advanced charts in the Microsoft Marketplace for your visualizations in Power BI. With that being said, we're going to cover 10 different charts in this session. They're going to be the animated bar chart. It's going to be the drill down donut chart, the drill down column chart. Even though we've done the column chart and the donut chart, we're going to be looking at some external third-party drill down charts. With those 2 charts, we're going to do the word cloud, the Sankey chart, infographic, play axis, schooler, sunburst charts, and a histogram chart. Make sure you have your work or organization account, and we're going to go ahead and get started. Make sure you like, make sure you subscribe, make sure you're sharing this Power BI course with people that are interested or looking forward to learning Power BI as well. I'm Carl. Let's go ahead and start with session 7. Carl here. Today we're going to get into some animated charts, and we're going to go ahead and get started by going, and I already downloaded it, but let me show you guys how we're going to get to it. So to get to your animated charts, you want to go to get more visuals. Once you get this pulled up, you're going to see this Power BI visuals. It's going to give you all visuals, organizational visuals, then app source visuals. Organizational visuals will be available to those that have organizations that's developed their own visuals. And then you have app source visuals, which is just all the pre-made visuals that are open to the public. Now, the visual that you're going to be looking for is the animated bar chart visual. This visual has not received a check mark by Microsoft, but it's okay. It still made it to the app source visuals. Once it hits its check mark, that means that Microsoft has verified that this is indeed a certified visual. So that means it's just been tested and it's a good visual. All right, so we're just going to click on that. Once you click on that, you're going to get these animated bar chart overview. It's going to kind of explain what's going on here, and then there usually are some pictures. It gives you this particular picture here. It lets you know if there's a price associated with it, the publisher, and what version it is and the last time it was updated. Once you pull this up, you just want to simply hit add. So I'll hit add here. You can do the same. It will just let you know if you've already updated it. You can If you already added it, you can update it. Since I've already added it, there's really nothing to update. As you see that the last update was in March. So to get started with this, I'm just going to go ahead and select this visual, and then I'm going to expand it across the window. I'll place it right in the center here. And then you see here we have name, value, period. So if I expand my data here, so we're going to start off with just adding in the product categories. So I'll just add in product categories here, and then my values for this visual will be sales, and then my period will be date. So we'll add date here, and now we'll start to see this cycle through. So note that down here on the right side is numbers counting up, which is basically the day. Now if we go ahead here and we take this away, now you won't see that, because now it's trying to cycle through the months, and now the quarters, and now the years. So now you see it counting from the years, and you see that visual counting up. So it moved kind of quick on that one. And if I come here, I'm gonna eliminate the food and spices just so you can kind of see the more visual effect. So we'll just go to format, and when you go to format, this is gonna say visualization setting, and I'll just come here, and this is gonna give you the option to just give me the top 10 if you have 10 product categories or more, or give me the top 2. So if I change this to top 2, it'll only show me the top 2. So I'll just leave that at top 10. That's the default. The duration here controls the speed. So 1000 speed is the speed that you just saw. So if I change this to 2000, you see that it slows down quite a bit. And I can also change it, give it more duration, which will increase the speed even more. So now you're getting an opportunity to see what that looks like going at the speed of 3000, and I'll just put it at 5000, and I'll kind of talk through the rest of it. And you can also set it to autoplay. You can turn autoplay off. If you turn autoplay off, it's just kind of cycling all the way up. It's still doing this thing. That's why Microsoft really hadn't verified it, because I imagine if you turn this off, then you would get some kind of feature to play it manually here on the report view visual. But we'll just go here and just leave it on, and we'll come here to the font family. So again, here in the font family, you don't really have any drop downs to select through the fonts, but you do have the opportunity to increase the font size or decrease the font size. So that is what that will look like. And you can also hide the grid by turning it on. You can hide the numbers, and you can hide the period, which is that and down in the right hand corner. You can also increase and decrease the period size by just doing that, or just changing the number value either to 30, or I'll change it to 90. Oh, it looks like it maxed it out. Okay, I'll change it to 80. And then from the general tab, you can turn a title off. So we can take that title off. We can also add some effects here, so we can take the background away, or we can add a background, which means we can kind of change the color. So if we change the color, that's what it look like, and we can add some transparency to it or turn it off. We can also do a visual border around this animated chart, and we can also round the corners and give it a border, and we can turn that border off, and we can also drop a shadow behind it to make it look like it's floating. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how you create an animated bar chart from the visual marketplace in Power BI. Car here. Today on Power BI, we're going to be talking about the drill down donut chart in the Power BI marketplace. And we're going to go straight to this drill down chart by Zoom Charts. So to do that, we want to go ahead and get more visuals from the Power BI marketplace. We want to just type in donut. Once we type in donut, we're going to get quite a few things here. The one we're looking for is the drill down donut chart pin, which is by Zoom Charts. So we're just going to click on that one. Once you click on that, you're going to see some of the visuals they have here to just kind of show you some of the features real quick. And then you can kind of read through some of the main features and the most popular use cases. And this will also let you know what version it is and the last time it has been updated. And the last time it was updated was actually on 12/15/2022. So we can go ahead and click add here. It's Power BI certified, as you saw there. You will update it to the latest version. Click OK. Once that comes in, it'll look like this. You just expand this across your report view, and this one is pretty cool. I really like this one a lot. And we're going to start out with product category. And our product category, I want to go ahead and eliminate my food and spices. And after that, we want to go and select our sales values. So right now, if you go ahead and select anything, it's just going to give you that sales value, and you're basically getting a percentage. We can come here to format visuals and do some customizations, but in order to do that, you have to get that full version. So you're limited to the percentage as of now. And you also get your totals in your tooltips when you do hover over a product category. So I'll just go ahead and minimize the filter, and now I'm going to go back to our data visual. In addition to our product category, we can also add region, or we can stack our region on the top. So if we wanted to go region first, now we see where it's Northeast, West, Midwest, and South. But when we click into the South region, now we see a breakdown of what the sales look like from all the product categories. If you wanted to drill down a little deeper, and let's just say we wanted to add in the states after the region, let's just say we want to go to South region, and now we want to look at all the different states in that South region, and we want to say, well, let's look at Texas. Once we look at Texas, now we'll see the breakdown of the product category. Now you see how this drill down donut chart works. And if you wanted to go ahead and drill back up, you can come here, just click on Texas. This will take you back to the states, and then you can come here and this will take you back to the region. Now, as far as my experience with this, you are limited to just 3 different categories. I've tried to add city to this, and if I do that, nothing happens. But if I get rid of product category and then I come here to add city, now we see city there, and I can come here into the states. And once we go to the states, we can go to Georgia. Let's go to Georgia, and then we'll get to see the sales for those different cities in the state of Georgia from the South region. If we wanted to go all the way back, we can just hit this arrow here. This arrow will take us all the way back to the region. And like I said, we can get rid of city, and we can add back in our product category. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how you use drill down donut chart in Power BI. Carr here. Today in Power BI, we're going to be working on some drill down column charts. Drill down column charts are possible by going into the Get More Visuals. Once you go into Get More Visuals, you want to type in drill down, and then you have 2 options here. The one we want to focus on is not really the time telesense, but we want to look at the drill down column chart. So we're going to select this one here, and we're going to add it. And once we add it, we just update it if you have the latest update, and it's going to appear here. So it's going to be this drill down combo by Zoom Charts. And once you add it to your report view, you'll see here that you can get tutorials to support and pricing and stuff like that if you want to buy the pro version. But we're just going to focus on the sample version here. First thing I want to add in is the regions. And here you'll get this incorrect data because you need values. So we're going to look at the sales values. So when you look at this from a high level, all you see is the sum of sales for the different regions. So let me just rename this to just sales. So sales by the region. So when you click on this, nothing happens initially. So the great thing about a drill down column chart is we can add more categories, and this will start giving us the ability to look deeper into that data. So with that, I'm going to add in product category, and like I always do, I get rid of food and spices since it really isn't good breakdown. But now when I click into a region, and let's just pick on the West region, now we can see a drill down column chart. So now we see, well, in the West region, this is what it looks like. And if I go back here to the South region, then the South region give me some more granular data. And in addition to product category, let's just say, well, let's look at the state. So let's go from the region to the state. So let's just go South region. And if we look at the South region, we see that Texas is the most heavily, is making the most sales. And if we go to the West region, we see that California is making the most sales. Now, if we wanted to dive into one of those states, then we can click on this state and it'll show us what items are selling in that state in our drill chart. So let's just drill all the way back to the top, and then let's go into format. So with these drill charts, with these drill down column charts in Power BI from the marketplace, we don't really have a lot of things that we can do from a formatting standpoint, but we can change the way we display the units. We can change it from auto to none. We can do decimals, and we can do percent decimals. But if you wanted to get the full version, just purchase the full version through the Power BI marketplace. And now you should know how to use a drill down column chart in Power BI. Carr here. Today in Power BI, we're going to be creating a word cloud visual in Power BI. We're going to be using this visual straight from the marketplace. So in order to get to this visual, we want to go to get more visuals, and we just want to simply type in word cloud. Once you type in word cloud, you'll get this word cloud box to pop up here. You'll just add that to your visual. You'll update it and it'll give you the latest version. And this version we have is 2.00. And I'll just add this and increase the size of this on our report view. Now the categories that we're going to use here is we're going to use state. And as you can see, this is giving us all the states with the weighted values of state. And then the values that we're going to be using is our profit. So once we do that, we see that we now have the states with the highest profit showing up bigger, while the states with the lowest profit is showing up smaller. Now, the other thing to this is you have Jersey here. When you know this is really New Jersey, and then you just have South here, South, Carolina, or you just have York when you know it's New York. But then you have some of these slanted at different angles, and you want to be able to look at this more clean and concise. So in order to clean this up a little bit, we have some features over here in the format visuals where we can turn off the word breaking. The word breaking is what is breaking new from York. So if you turn that off, now you'll see that New York is actually together, and that's how you'll want to see that. And if we minimize that and go into our data colors, we see that we can change our data colors to different colors. For California, we can change that to another color if we wanted to do that. So if I pick black, now California is black. We also have stop words. So this will basically stop certain words. So if you wanted to have something where if this is pulling more or different type of data, so if I want to just stop California, I can type in California, and now California doesn't show up. So that's the way you use stop words. So I can go ahead and type that again, and I can have that on, or I can have that off, and California will show up. I can also turn off this rotated text. The rotated text is what's giving us all of these different angles of the words. So if we turn that off, now all the words are going straight across horizontally. And then the next thing we have is performance. This is just pre-estimated words, and there's nothing that really is affected here on our Power BI report view. And that is how you create and utilize a word cloud in Power BI. Carr here. Today in Power BI, we're going to be making a Sankey chart. Sankey chart is in the Power BI marketplace and is Sankey 3.0. In order to download that, we want to go to get more visuals, and we just want to type in a simple word Sankey. This is Microsoft verified, even though it's 3 stars. So you just click on Sankey, and the next thing you want to do is just add it, and then you will have an update right here. So now you have the Sankey chart. So we're just going to go ahead and click on the Sankey chart. We're going to increase the size in our report view. And in our Sankey chart, we have several different options here. We have sources, destinations, weight, and source labels. So we want to start with the source. So our source that I'm gonna start with is going to be the region. And once we do the region, the destination from there is going to be our product categories. And now we get to see what that looks like from in the Sankey chart. So now you get to see in each region how all these different product categories connected. Now we want to go into the weight. So once we add in the weight, and I'm gonna add sales, now we see that which one had the most sales. And like I always do, I want to eliminate the food and spices. So we'll eliminate food and spices. And now we're looking at the Sankey chart from a weighted perspective. So it's clear that the South region had the most sales. And if you look at this on this Sankey chart, it kind of shows you the biggest amount of sales growth was here in bread. And then the smallest amount will be our appetizer. And we can just click on that. And if we do the Northeast region, the same thing. You see that the bigger chart here is the bread, while the smallest chart is here at beer. In addition to that, let's go ahead and go into format. So say we wanted to format this, we can come here into data labels and we can have our data labels on or off. So if we turn them off, then that's what we see. We see those data labels go away. We can also change the font and the font family as well as the text lines. We can do data link labels. If we turn those on, this is what it will look like. So now we have some data link labels, which is basically showing us where it's starting at and where it's going to, as well as the sum of sales. So we have some data link labels, and we can increase and decrease the text size in that. You can keep that on or you can turn that off. Then we have some links, and then we have nodes, and our nodes is basically the colors. So if we wanted to change Northeast to black, we can change Northeast to black. So those are our nodes. If we wanted to change some of the scaling, so provide a minimum option, we can turn it on or we can turn it off. And we can also enable this here, or we can turn that off as well. And then we have cycle displaying, which really doesn't change anything. So we'll just ignore that one. And that is how you create a Sankey chart in Power BI. Carl here. Today in Power BI, we're going to be creating an infographic chart from the Power BI marketplace. So in order to do that, we're going to be looking for an infographic designer. So let's go ahead and click on our three dots here for get more visuals. We're going to go here and I'm going to type in info, and we'll see infographic designer here. We'll just select that and then hit add. This will then add into your visual. So once this is successfully imported, now you'll have infographic designer. So we'll just add this into our report view, and I'll expand this across our report view to make it bigger. Then we see what kind of fields we have to add. So we have category, legend, measure. So the ones that we're going to focus on is just the category and measure. So I'm just going to add in the region, and then I'm going to add in the sales and our measures. And now we see we have our sum of sales by the region. So now what do we do to this infographic chart to add infographs? So in order to do that, we want to come up to this pencil where it says edit mark. And here we see that it's giving us this particular shape, but we can delete this shape. And then we can come over here to insert shapes. And now we have a plethora of shapes. We have basic shapes, business and tech, food and drink, household, nature, people, transportation, and we also have uploaded. So you can upload your own shapes into this infograph. So for starters, let's just say we wanted to add in some food infographs. So I'll just add in this hamburger. So we'll see that we have this hamburger infograph added to represent our bar in our bar chart. And then we can come down here to the infographic format, which is the mark designer, and we can say, well, give me multiple units. So now it's giving me multiple units. It really isn't stretching those images out, and it's giving us a more uniform look that's more cosmetically appealing to the eyes. We can also increase the row count. So right now we just have a 1 row count, and we can increase this row count to 3, and it will look like this, or we can increase this to 6 and it will look like that, and we can bring it back down to 2. So now we have some more infographic, and then we have some field percentages, and we can just do sum of sales. So now we can kind of see what those infographics look like if you do some field. field percentages, and you can play around with that as you choose. And then we can come back up here and we can delete. Like I said, there are a plethora of different shapes that you can add. You have another feature here that's insert text. So if you wanted to insert some text, you can just call this, let's just say totals. And now we have a font size. We can increase this to 8. So it's just giving us this text, which is just basically saying totals, or you can change it to max. So we can say max here. And then in addition to that, we can add in a shape. So let's just add in a smiley face here. So now we have a smiley face. We can also do multiple units again. So we have max, we have a text, and then we have an actual shape. We can delete this. We can delete the text. And now let's insert an image. So if we insert an image, we have an image here that is kind of default images if you insert an image, but you can also insert your own image. So you just hit upload, and I'll just insert this particular image here. So now I have inserted my own image into this infographic, and I can say multiple, and then I can say give me 2. So now I have inserted my own image, or uploaded my own image into this infographic chart, and now I'm able to look at it with my own image. I can hit the X on that if I'm done editing, and I'll just decrease the size of this filter pane, and then we can go into our format visuals. When you go into your format visual, this gives you the ability to format an array of different things within your infographic chart. You can change it from a column to a bar to a line, and just do a array of different things. So play around with that as much as you can, and now you should know how to create an infographic chart in Power BI. Hey guys, Carl here. Today in Power BI we're going to be creating a play axis on your Power BI report view. So in order to do that, we're going to go straight into Get More Visuals. When we go into Get More Visuals, we see it right here. You can just type in play axis, or if you get it to pop up, it'll pop up. We see that it's certified by Microsoft. So we'll just go ahead and add this here, and you will see it populate right there. So now we have a play axis. So we'll just go ahead and click on play axis, and we see that when we select the play axis visual, we have this field here. So what we want to add there is we want to add the date. So when we add the date, we see that we have year. Now if we go ahead and click play here, we'll see that it'll start to cycle through the years of the data that we have. So 2018 through 2022. It does the same thing if we just drill down here, and it'll go cycle through the quarter. So Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4, and then it'll do the same thing if you do the months. So as you can see, it's just drilling down through each one of those selections, and we'll do the same thing with the day. So how is this beneficial to you or someone with Power BI? So this is what I would probably make this look like if I had a play axis set up on my Power BI report. I'll just probably throw it down here in the corner, and then the next thing I want to do is I want to just do a pie chart. So let's just do a pie chart here, and then let's just do a card. So now we have a pie chart and we have a card. So what I want to do is I want to add the region, and then I want to add the sales to the values. Boom. So now we have the region and the sales, and then to my card, I want to just add in the sales. So we can see something change. So we can see some changes. So now if we go down to our play axis, if we hit play on month, we'll start to see January, and we'll see what that looks like as far as summer sales, and as far as the Southwest, Midwest, and Northeast region, and it'll just cycle through all of those months. It will do the same thing if we went back up to year or quarter. So I'll just go back up to year, and if we cycle through the year, we'll see those same changes being made. Another thing we can do is let's just take away this. Let's just say we had a table, and in this table, let's just go ahead and add I want to just add date, like that, and across, and then let's just add sales to that. So the date in sales, so we see our total here. So if we go through the year and we hit play on our play axis, we'll see it cycle through the years. And then if we go down here to the month, then we'll be able to see this cycle through the month. Now, knowing that we have a whole lot of data, this probably wouldn't be beneficial, but just showing you how this works whenever you use the play axis on your report view in Power BI. Now you guys know how to set up a play axis. Thanks. How's it going? Carl here. Today in Power BI, we're going to be doing a scroller. We're adding a scroller to the Power BI report visual, and we're going to go ahead and get more visuals. Show you guys how to do this. Just going to type in scroller, and you'll see it here. It is certified by Microsoft, which is great. We're going to click on that. It's going to load. We're going to add it here. Import it to the visual successfully. And we see it right here. If you hover over it, it says scroller. So we're just going to add it here. And usually when you see a scroller, it's something like you see on a news channel, or if you guys watch ESPN like I do, you always kind of see something scrolling across the bottom of the screen. And let's see. What we want to do is we want to add something. So let's do some product categories. So we're going to add a product category, and then let's just add sales. So if we add product category and then we add sales, we see it's scrolling across our visual, and it's kind of laggy. And then you see it got some weird numbers here. So how do we change that? So if we come here to sales, and we come up to fixed decimal numbers, we can change this to a whole number. And it's going to ask you with this data type you're stored differently, yada yada. You can just cancel that. And instead of doing that, let's go to auto. And let's put it at 0. And now we can see what that looks like. If we want to go ahead and add the cents, we can add 2. And now we can see what that looks like as far as a scroller. Now, here are some things that you can do with this scroller. You can click on the scroller and go into format the visuals. You can also change the measure deviation. So for all the ones that are positive, it's going to show an up arrow. And then for all the ones that are negative, it will show a down arrow. So we'll just leave it there for now. And then we'll go into format visuals. For this scroller, there's a lot of things you can do. It's an auto size for the font. You can turn that on, and it'll just fit the font to what they feel like makes sense. And then there's a status indicator. You can turn that on, or you can turn that off. Then there's a status indicator color. And then there's status text coloring. Then we can increase the font size as well as increase the scroll speed. So the speed that it's going right now is pretty good, but if perhaps we wanted to increase that, we can just put it on 5, and it'll just scroll like we're sitting at the New York Stock Exchange and watching all the numbers go by. So we'll just try to bump this back down to something like 2. Then another thing we have here is custom text. So if we come here and type in custom text, we would just say, let's just call this sales. And now we got sales scrolling across the screen as custom text. And we'll just have a scroller that just has the custom text. So we'll just get rid of that, and then we'll get our visuals back. And then we have text color. So we can come here and change the text color. So we can make this light blue, or we can change this back to white. As well as change our background color if we wanted to change it to something like that, or just leave it black. And there you have it. That is how you create a scroller visual in Power BI. Hey guys, Carl here. Let's do a sunburst chart in Power BI. Let's go ahead into our get more visuals. And we're going to wait till that populate. Hope everybody's doing great this evening. We're going to type in sunburst. And as you can see, this is a Microsoft certified visual. So we're going to click on sunburst here. And once we get that, we're going to add this to our visualizations. Hit OK. And then you see it's the Sunburst version 2.2.3. And we're gonna make this big across here. And you can see here over right up under visualization, we have groups and then we have values. Now the way this works is we can add a region, and let's just add cells, and it's just like a donut chart in the beginning where you can see the different regions as well as the cells. If you click on it, you get to see the percent of cells by the region. So we'll just unclick it here. Another thing we could do is we can come here to product category. And you guys know I like to come here because food and spices is so heavily weighted. And now when we add in that second product category, we see here where our Sunburst chart has the South region, and then it has bread, soup, beef, so on and so forth. And if we go ahead here and click on bread, we see that bread makes up 13% of the sales throughout this chart. We can unclick it here, and if we go here into our visuals, format visuals, we see here we can make some changes to the font sizes, changes to the different colors for each one of the labels. And we can also have data labels on, or we can have data labels off, and we can have category labels on and category labels off. We can also come here and turn on a legend if we want a legend to be displayed. And then we also have tooltips display unit, so if we wanted to display some tooltips. So that, ladies and gentlemen, is how you create a Sunburst chart in Power BI. Hey guys, Carl here. If you have made it this far, I just want to say congratulations. Great job. You are knocking these Power BI sessions out one by one. Pat yourself on the back, give yourself a round of applause. So in session 8, what we have for you guys is objects and actions. There are a lot of different things you can do in Power BI as far as building reports, importing data. But in addition to that, there's a ribbon at the top of Power BI that gives you all of these different functions to manipulate different objects and to add a lot of actions. So what we're going to be focusing on in session 8 is inserting images, inserting text, inserting shapes, buttons, using web URL actions, page navigation, bookmark actions, and creating drill throughs. We're going to be doing more extensive drill throughs, so you guys get ready for a jam-packed session. Like I said, thanks again for everybody that's been watching. Thanks again for everybody that's subscribed. Thanks for all the likes. Continue to share these free Power BI tutorial sessions with everybody that you know, and continue to learn on the grow. It's Carl Huff. Let's go ahead and dive into session 8. Hey guys, Carl here. Today in Power BI, we are going to be inserting images. Inserting images is something that you want to do if you want to start inserting logos or inserting certain pictures that could make your report stand out in Power BI, and we're going to show you how to do that. I'm going to go up here to insert, and I'm going to go to images, add an image, and then you pick an image that you want to import, and we're just going to come here and we're going to import this image right here. Let's just shrink this down. So boom. So now we have inserted our first image, and by inserting that image, we have a image formatting menu, and we have a image format, which is going to give you the opportunity to do a style where you can fit it or fill it. So we can fit or fill, or we can just say normal here. And then you have general over here where you can add a title to that image. If you want to add a title to it, you can call it what it is. This is Twitter. So we'll just put that there. You can insert another image by doing the same thing. Let's just bring this image in. And we can just put this image right beside this one. Increase the size of it. And then we have this image here. And now we can go here to our general, and we can, let's just say we want to add an effect on this one. So let's just drop a shadow. So now we've dropped a shadow on this one, or we can add a background, and we can make this background black. So now this image has a background, and then you can come here, turn that background off, and you can add a border to that image. So now that image has an actual border. This image has the actual text. Let's insert another image, and I'll just decrease this size right here and add this image in. So in this image we'll have the actual drop shadow. So we'll just drop a shadow on this one, and let's just add one more image here, and I'll just add this awesome image right here. And if you add this image, we can just come over here to effects once again, and let's just say we want a background on this one. So let's just make it another color. Let's make it orange. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how you insert an image in Power BI. Hey guys, Carl here, and now we're going to be inserting some text into our Power BI report. And let's show you guys how to do that. We're going to go up to this tab right here that says Insert, and we're going to grab this text box. When we grab this text box, it's going to give us something like this, which we can just kind of drag across the screen, and we can start typing into it. Now what we're going to type into this is click here for more information. And then with this text, what you can do is change the font. So we'll just change this to Arial Black, and you can also change the text size. You can also center this text if you want and increase the size to the desired size that you would like. You can also take this, the bottom of this text, and make sure that it's to the desired size that you want. And if you come here and you go over to the right where we can format it, you have a few different things you can do here. You have properties, title, effects, header icons, and alternative text. So you see the property, which is the size of this rectangle, which is 111 by 1211. You can lock the aspect ratio. Next, we're gonna go down to position. And position is just basically saying where this is on your report view. Then we have advanced options here, which is to maintain the order, the layout order. And then if we go down to title, our text really doesn't need a title, so we'll just keep that off. But we do have effects here, and we can create a background. So if we want to change the background to something like that, we can do that. Or if we want to just have a gray background or something like that. And then we can create a border. So if we want to throw a border around that, we can do the border, and then we can increase the rounded corners on the border. So we can do something like that. And if we minimize those, we can also drop a shadow. So if you want to just drop a shadow on the text that you entered, you can drop a shadow, and now your text would look like this. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how you add a text on your report view in Power BI. Welcome back, guys. It's Carl here. In Power BI, we're going to be working on how to insert shapes. So in Power BI, you can come up here to this ribbon and click on Add Shape to your report. And in this shape drop down, we have different sets of shape. We got different rectangles, we got basic shape, and we got block arrows. So in order to add a shape, we can just kind of pick on the shape, and we're just going to use the rectangle for an example, and that inserts a rectangle. So I'll just put this rectangle here, and with this shape, if we come over here to our format tool, we have some formats for the shape where we can basically shape, rotate, and style our shape. So it tells us if we import a shape, if we import it as a rectangle, that's fine, but we can also change that shape to an arrow right from our format panel, or we can change that shape to a chevron arrow, pentagon arrow, and we can make these modifications here in our format. So let's just get this back to the regular rectangle. And then we can also round the corners on that rectangle. So if you see here, I've rounded that corner on the rectangle. So now that shape kind of looks like a button. We'll come down here to fill. We can turn fill on, or we can turn fill off. If we turn fill off, now we see we just have that shape without any color inside of it. But we can come back here and turn that fill back on. And now we can make changes to the color of that shape. We can make changes to the color, and we can also turn our border off if we don't want a border. If we want a colored border, we can have our border on and make our border black. We can also increase the width of that border, or we can make that border transparent so it looks something like this. We can also turn text on in our shape. So if we want our shape to say something like this, insert here, and we can change the format of that also, and increase that font size. So we can increase this font size to something like that. We can also change the font color. That font color can be black, and we can change the alignment of that text as well as manipulate the vertical alignment in this shape. Last thing but not least, we have shadow, where we can drop a shadow on our shape. And if we click off it like that, that's what that shape looks like with the shadow. And going back into our styles, we can also add a glow to our shape. So that is how you make changes to the shape and add some different formats to our shape. So that is how you add a shape in Power BI. Hey, welcome back. It's Carl here. In Power BI, we're going to be inserting buttons. So if we come up here to our ribbons and our elements, we have buttons. If we click on this drop down, we see that we get an array of different things to add. We get left arrow, right arrow, reset, back information, and much more. We also get a page navigator and bookmark navigator. So for starters, we're just going to click on this left arrow, and we get a button right up here in the right corner. Once this button is inserted, let's go ahead and increase the size of this button and just bring it back. So we have this button, and once we insert that button, we can come over here to our format window and go into our actions. So whenever you add a button, you usually want that button to perform an action. So we can turn our actions on, and by default, it's going to give us a back button. But if we do this, we can just say back button, which there is no back button. There is no back to go to, but we can also do a page navigation. So for this, we're going to do a page navigation. Right now it's set to none. And since we do have an extra page down here, we can just set this to hello. Now, if we click out of here and we come here to our button, it's going to let you know that you can control click here to follow the link. So we're just going to hit a control click here, and now we have page navigation, and we've used that button to go to the next page. If we go back to our page, now you know how to insert a button in Power BI. Welcome back. Carl Huff here. Today in Power BI, we're going to be doing some web URL in our images or our objects. So what we're going to do this is I have my website logo here. So if I click on my website logo, the first thing you will need to do is turn on your actions. Once you turn on your actions, you're going to come down here to drop down to the actions dialog box, and it's going to give you a type. Now you're going to click on that type, and then you're going to select the web URL. Once you select that web URL, the web URL dialog box is now current, and you can utilize it by entering in your web URL. Now I have my web URL for my website here on this web URL page. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to click on it. I'm going to edit it right here so I can copy and paste it in that dialog box in web URL. So I'll click on my website logo, go back down to actions, and now I have made a selection. So I can come here and hit control and follow that link to my website. So this goes to my website where I have a host of other Power BI YouTube videos. And let's do the same thing on this image. So same thing, we're going to just turn on the action. Repetition is key. And we turn on the actions, we drop down to the type. We want to change that type to a web URL. We change it to a web URL. Now we have the web URL dialog box available to us. So now we can come up here to my YouTube link, and then I can just do the same thing here. Just hit edit and hit copy there. And I'm going to go back into my insert objects page, and I'm going to open back my actions or my format for my YouTube image. And then I'm going to drop that web URL in there. Once I drop that web URL inside of that dialog box, I get control click to follow the link, and then I can just hit control click here, and this brings up my YouTube page. And that is how you add a web URL using Power BI, connecting it to your images, and now you know how to do it yourself. Thank you. Hey, welcome back. This is Carl here. Today on Power BI, we're going to be working on some page navigations and how do you do page navigation in Power BI. We touched on that a little bit when we inserted our buttons, but now we want to go a little bit deeper into page navigation. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to come here and we're going to just insert, either you can insert a button or you can insert a shape. So for the sake of this one, we're just going to insert a shape, and let's just insert this oval shape here. And then what I want to do is I want to basically make 3 different shapes to navigate to these 3 different pages. So I'm going to come here and I'm just going to copy this one. And that's going to be page 2, and this will be page 3. So just to get that alignment right, let's just come here to align and then just distribute it evenly horizontally. So in order to do this, the first thing we need to do is to click on the shape. Once we click on the shape, we want to turn on the action. Once we turn that action on, we want to navigate to the type, and in the type we have page navigation. So when we go click on the page navigation, we get permission to the destination dialog, which gives us a drop down to all the pages that we have. The page navigation that we want to use is the page 1 for that button, and then we can come here into this button and we can add some styles to it. We can turn on the text, and we'll just call this button page 1. And let's just clean it up a little bit so it is. So yes, we'll call this page 1. And let's just make it bold, and then we'll do the same thing here. We'll come here into shape. We'll make sure we turn this action on. We'll change the type into page navigation. That'll give us the option to use the destination, and we'll make this one page 2. Once we make that page 2, we can again change our style. We want to come down to our text. We want to turn our text on, and we can call this one page 2. And I also want to just increase this font size and just make it bold. And then we can do the same thing with the next page. We can turn our action on, go to our navigation, page navigation, and then we're going to make this one page 3. Once we do that, let's just minimize that, and then let's change our text to page 3. And then let's just increase that font size. And for the sake of consistency, let's just make them all 40. So now we have 3 different shapes, one for page 1, one for page 2, and one for page 3. So let's go ahead and test this theory. So to navigate, first let's navigate to page 1. So we're going to hit control and we're going to click, and that gives us page 1. So that works. So let's do the same thing for page 2. If we click on the right control and click, we get to page 2. So that works. And then do the same thing. We'll go to page 3. Boom. Page 3 works. So now we have created page navigation shapes in Power BI, and now you know how to utilize page navigation. Hey, welcome back. It's Carl here. In Power BI today, we're going to be creating bookmarks. So in order to create bookmarks in Power BI, there's a few things that you need to do. We need to start inserting some data. So let me just do this real quick, and then we'll get into creating that bookmark. All right, now we're back. So now that we have show region map and show region cells, now we can get into creating a bookmark. The first thing we're going to have to do though is create those actual bookmarks. So there's a few things that we're going to have to do in order to do that. So what we want to do now is go to view. Once we go to view, we have two things that we need to actually select. Of course, we need bookmarks, but we also need selections. In order to do bookmarks in Power BI, we have to be able to select the things that we want to show in each bookmark in order for those bookmarks to work. So first thing first, we have this selection pane here, and then we have our bookmark pane. So in order to get the bookmarks created, we first need to create the bookmarks. So let's just start with this first bookmark, and once you click on add, you can rename this bookmark, and this first bookmark is going to be just to show the region map. So we're just going to say show region map. We're going to hit enter there, and then let's just go ahead and create the second bookmark, since we know we're going to be using two bookmarks here, and the next one is just going to be show the region cells. So we're just going to show region cells. Now that we have those two bookmarks created, in order to initiate these bookmarks or to create the bookmarks function, we need to come over here and identify what we want to show versus what we want to hide. And how we hide and show things is we use our selection pane. So in this first show region map, we know we want to be able to show everything that's related to our region. So we don't want to get rid of the buttons. We just want to get rid of this region cells. So if we click on region cells, we see what populates, and we can just come here and get rid of region cells. So now it's just showing us the region map. And in order to get this to initiate, we want to come here to more options. So now it's showing the region map, and we just want to say update. Now that we've updated that, we have created our first bookmark. So now if we click on show region cells, we see both region map and we show region cells. However, if we go ahead and click on show region map, now we see that we only see that region map. So let's go ahead and create the bookmark for region cells as well. So if we come here and click region cells, we only want to see the region cells. So what we want to get rid of is the region map. So now that we selected the region map, we know we want to hide that one. So we hide that one. We come up here to our region cells and we click on update. And to now see these in action, and we can actually come over here to our bookmarks to test this before we apply these actions to our actual buttons. We can come over here and test it and say region cells and region map. Now that we know that both of these are going to work, let's add one more bookmark, and that's going to be a show all bookmark. So let's just add this bookmark, and let's just rename this to show all. And first we got to go ahead and insert another image. Let's just insert this right here, and let's just shrink down the size of it. And on the inside of this, I'm going to go to style, text, let's just say show all, and let's just make this. So now we have show all, and all we got to do to get this to act right is just unhide everything. So now we unhid everything. We come here, hit update, and now we have a show all button. So let's just test these. We got a region map, we have a region cells, and then we have a show all button. So how do we get this to work for our end users? So now we can just minimize this, and now we can come here to our shapes, and we can turn on the action. The action that we want to turn on is our bookmark action. So now we turn on this bookmark action. This is the show region map, so we just name it show region map. We do the same thing here. We turn on our actions, we turn it to bookmark, and then we just say this is my show all. And then we come here to region cells, we turn that on, and we come to bookmark, and we call that one our region cells. So now we've created the bookmarks. We can come here and do control click and see those bookmarks in action. So that is how you create bookmarks in Power BI, and now you should be good to go. Hey guys, welcome back. It's Carl here. Today in Power BI, we're going to be doing the drill through method using two different detail pages. We're going to be using the state details pages, and we're going to be using the city details pages based on the region cells. So in order to do this, the first thing we're going to have to do is let's identify the pages that you're going to be drilling through. So I've created these two pages that we're going to be using the drill through method through: the state cells, and then we also have the city cells. So if we come back here to the drill through method and we go ahead and create that drill through. So if I come here to this state page and I just add this region drill through, I get this back button where I can use my back button, and then now I can come here, do a drill through to the state details. So now I have a state details page, and if you see this number for this region, which is the Midwest region, is 7866. If I come back here to go back, you see that the Midwest is 7866. Now, how do I do that if the end user is really not tech savvy and really not familiar with Power BI, and they want another way to do the drill through without having to do a right click and then do this state selection? Before we do that, let's go ahead and create the drill through for the city details page. So I'm just going to come here and I'm going to add another drill through for the region here, and then we have this back button. So now I can go back. So in order to do that, what we just discussed, first thing I want to do is I want to come here to insert, and I want to insert a shape. So in this particular shape, I want to call this the state details. So I'll just bring this down to about this size right here, and I'm going to go to the style. I'm going to turn on the text, and we're going to call this the state. Click here for state details. This is add the S at the end, and then let's just increase this font size to about that, and let's just make it smaller. And I can come here and let's just change the color where I want the font to be black. So now we basically have a button. So in order to enable this button, the first thing we need to do is turn on the action. So we turn on the action by going down to action, turning on the action, and then we're going to do drill through. When we do drill through, we get a destination dialog box that pops up. So now we can select this state details. But now by doing that, so we've created this drill through action. So when I click on Midwest, now I can come here and say, give me the drill through. So I go here, and now I get a drill through for that particular details page. Now as we go back, if I hover over this, as you can see, it says to drill through to state details, select a single data point from the region. So now you can see that we cannot do anything unless we select a data point. Now let's do the next one. So the next one we're going to do is the city details. So I'm just going to take this one, I'm going to copy and paste. So we're just going to come here and we're going to change that text. Instead of it saying the state details, we're going to call it the city details. So now that it says the city details, we come back here and we're going to go to our actions page, and we're going to change the destination to the city details. So now that we change it to the city details, now we can select between either one. So if we click on the South region, now we have the ability to either click here for the city details or click here for the state details. And then I can hit control click, and now I can see the city details. Now I'm navigating to the city details and I see all the city details, and the number is 16053. If we scroll back, we see that that number is 16053. Now you know how to use the drill through method using an additional image or object in order to do your drill through in Power BI. Hey, welcome back. Welcome to session 9. Now we're going to be focused on Power BI service and creating a first report, as well as publishing that report, exporting that report, utilizing the comments, sharing the report, creating subscriptions for the report, creating a dashboard for that report, and some of the different functions the dashboards can utilize, as well as setting up our gateway, knowing the difference between the personal gateway and the on-premise gateway, and how to set up a scheduled refresh. I just want to say to you guys, great job so far. If you've made it to session 9, if you learned a lot, I know we have been learning a lot, but you are one step closer to becoming that subject matter expert in Power BI, and I'm glad I can go along this journey with you. Without further ado, let's go ahead and dive into session 9. Hey guys, welcome back. Carl Huff here. Today we're going to be building out our first grocery store report. So I've already done so here, and I'm starting from scratch, but I just want to explain what we're going to be working on, what we're going to be doing, how our report is going to actually look. So I have 3 cards here across the top. We got a profit, sales, cost, and then we have some slicers here so we can look across the years. So we can go into this and start looking by the year. I also have some sales by the product. Then I have the sales by the region. So we can also see the Midwest region, Northeast region, South, and the West region, so that when we click on any one of these products, we see the regions that's really performing. And I also have a sales by the region pie chart, so that we can just look at the region in specific just by clicking on that pie chart. And then I have a line chart that really just show us what it looks like throughout the years, through 2018 all the way through 2022. So let's get started with building our first report in Power BI. So let's go ahead and do a new page. With this new page, I'm going to go ahead and come here to my visuals, and like that original page, all I did was come here and I added this color, and then I bumped the transparency down. So when you do that, you'll have that. And let's just give this page a name, and I'll just call it store report 2. You can call it store report 1. And then for whatever reason, this is still plastered across my screen, but you shouldn't see this once you start building out your visual. So like I said, we're going to just start with the cards. So I'm going to come here and add my first card. This card will be the profit card. So we'll just make this the size that it needs to be. And we're going to come here and say profit. So it says summer profit. We don't want it to say summer profit. We just want it to say profit. And now that we have our first card, let's go ahead and make all the necessary modifications within our format, our visual, so that we can make the other 2 cards pretty simple. So we have a category label. We're going to keep that on, but we're going to change the color to black. And then we're going to come into our call out value. We're just going to change our font to Arial. We're going to come down here to our auto display unit, and we're going to leave this at the thousands. Next, we're going to come over here to general. It doesn't need a title, and there is no header icon, so we can just turn that off. We're going to go to effects, and then we can come here and make this 50%. We'll make that 50% so it blends in with the background, and then we're going to drop a shadow on this. Once we do that, all we have to do now to create our other 2 cards is just Control C and Control V. So now we have created a duplicate card, but all we have to do now is come here and replace profit with sales. So we'll do that, and it's going to give us sum of sales. We're just going to rename this to sales, and that is the sales. And we just do another Control V, and we come here to do our next card, and this is going to be our profit, sales, and then our cost. So we'll just make this one the cost. So we'll drag it, replace that profit, change the name here, and just call it the cost. So now we have our first 3 cards. Next thing we want to do is we want to add our slicer. So we're going to come here, and we're just going to put the slicer here right up in this corner. So I'll just drag it right here. I don't like things to be right at the edge, so we're just going to keep it flushed. So in our slicer, all we want to do is add the year. So it's going to add the year like this in the default, but we can change this real easy just by coming here to format our visual. We're going to do select settings, and then instead of between, we're just going to select tile. Once we select tile, we see that we get that. We can get rid of that header, since we can clearly see that it's going to be displaying the years. We can come down to our values, make sure our font is black, and then we can come to our background and we can change our background color to the desired color that we want. And I'm going to keep it consistent with the rest of the report. So I'm going to hit that color and then I'm going to just bounce it off like so. And then we can come here. Like I said, we don't have any header icons, but we can get rid of this background because we really don't want a background there. And we can go there. Once we've done that, we can click out of that. The next thing we want to do now is we want to come over here and add our products. So let's go ahead and grab the clustered bar chart. We're going to just bring it here. I'm going to drag it across here just like so. And what I want to do is add the products, and then I want to add the sales. I'm going to come here and rename this to just sales. And as we can see, we can't really see the entire name of our products. So all we have to do now is come over here to format visuals, and we have an x-axis and a y-axis. What we want to do is we want to come to our axis and increase the max area width. So we'll do that first, then we're going to change the font, and then we can just drop down the font size. So once we drop down that font size, we'll see more text here. Then we can just come here and change that. We want to also make some changes to the x-axis by just bringing this font to black. And then once we do that, we come here to our data labels, and we want to turn our data labels on. Our data labels are going to default at this gray color, so we want to just go ahead and change that to black. And now we have some data labels, and we can come here, scroll back up and go to general. Once we get to general, we can come here to effects, and we can turn our background off, or we can just come here and type in 50. So that's what we're going to do. We're just going to type in 50, and then we're going to just drop the shadow. So now we have our sales by product. The next thing we're going to add is our map. So I'm just going to add the map here. So we see our map placement has been added. And once we do that, we can come here and add state, and then we want to do the region as the legend. And now we want to add some bubble sizes for the sales so that we can tell which area of the map had more sales. We can also come here and modify this. And so I want to add instead of have the legend displayed across the map, I want to add the legend as a slicer, so slightly different from how I originally showed it. But let's just go ahead and continue making the modifications on this map. So we're going to come here to map settings. We're just going to turn the legend off, and we're going to keep the bubble sizes how they are. We can also add some category labels in our maps, but we're going to leave that off for now. And we can also add some controls, so we can do an auto zoom. We can add some zoom buttons. We'll just leave it as is, but what I want to do is come to effects, turn off that background, and I also want to get rid of that title. So now that I've done that, I come here and add another slicer. And to keep the same format, I'll just come here and add the slicer like this, and I'll just pull it across. And instead of date and year, I'm going to add region. So I'll just get rid of the date. And now you see we have the region. It's going across, and we go to our slicer settings, selections, or values, and bring down the font size of our values. Get the slicer inside of this area, so that now when we click on it, we can just say, give me the West, Midwest, give me the South, and so on and so forth. So next we want to add our other two graphs, which is our pie graph. So I'm going to give it to about right there. And all we had here in the pie graph was our region sales. So I'm going to go to region sales, and since we have a actual region slicer, first thing we can do is go ahead and get rid of our legend, and we want to come here to our display labels, and I want to put those inside, and I just want to do a date value, and then I want to come here to just take down the size so that we can see what's going on. And then if we come here to color, we can just turn off that background, and we can actually make the color white now since it is actual white, and I'll just make it bold. The next thing I want to do is come to general, go to effects, and just like all the other ones, I want to just change this to 50% and then add a drop shadow. And then we can come here back to visuals, rename this to just sales. So now you know this is the sales by the region. Last but not least, let's go ahead and add our line chart in here. And we're just going to do this by the year. So it's just going to be sales by the year, so we can see a line graph. So I'm going to say, give me the year on the x-axis and give me the sales. And as my legend, I want the regions. So now we can see what everything looks like. And then I want to just change this font to just say sales by year and region. Then I want to come here to effects to do a format, and like I said, this is usually defaulted as gray for whatever reason, but we're going to change this to black. I'm going to come here to the other axis and change this one to black as well. And then we're going to come up here to our legend, and we're going to come to text and change that to black. For whatever reason, they try to make them all gray, and then we're just going to get rid of that title. We don't need the title. And then we come here to our lines, and we can make some modifications to our lines, and we can make them solid or we can make them dotted lines. So it's really up to you. You can do then we can add some markers to our lines, and we can also add some date labels. If we add some date labels to it, what we want to do is like I said, change this color and then just decrease that font so that you can actually see. Last thing but not least, I want to come here to turn off. We want to keep the background on, change it to 50%. And then drop that shadow. Then we want to click out. All right, so now that we have this report done, one last thing I want to show you guys is something that you can do that's very useful and beneficial. Is you can go ahead and come to the view and go to different Power BI themes and change your theme just like this. Boom. And now you've created your very first Power BI report using. Hey, welcome back. It's Carl here. At this point, we're going to create the workspace that we want to publish our Power BI report to. So in the last session, we went ahead and created a Superstore report. So it was the original one that I had, and then this is the one that we did from scratch. If you were able to follow along, the next thing we need to do is publish this to our Power BI service account. So within your Power BI service account, the first thing you want to do is want to go to workspace, and then you want to go to new workspaces. Then you want to click on name this workspace, and we're just going to name this workspace Huff Grocery Store, and you can name it whatever you want. This will let you know if that name is available, just in case you have created the same workspace already. It will not let you create the same workspace with the same names. If you've created a workspace with a similar name, just keep in mind that you can only use unique names for the workspaces. So we're going to save this down. Now we have the workspace for our Power BI report. So now that it's called the Huff Grocery Store, we want to go back into our Power BI report, and we want to publish this to the workspace. Now you want to make sure that you're signed in to your service account, and then you want to hit publish. It's going to ask you to save. We're going to go ahead and hit that save. It's working on publishing it. Remember, we have two pages, this page and that page, and then we're going to publish it to the Huff Grocery Store. Boom. So we select that, hit select, It's going to do its thing. Once it has successfully published, it will say success. You can just basically click on it from here, but I'm just going to click on got it. And then I'm going to get rid of that. And now you can see that it has published to our workspace. So now we can come here and click into the report. Once we click into the report, we'll be able to see those 2 pages that were created on the Power BI desktop. And that is how you publish a Power BI report to your Power BI service account. Welcome back. Carl Huff here. Now in Power BI, we're going to be focused on the Power BI server side. On the Power BI server side, for this particular one, we're going to be working on how to export your report and share your report. So in order to do this, we can just minimize that panel, that pane. And the first thing we want to do is click on export. When you click on export, you have the ability to export your Power BI report to a PowerPoint and a PDF. So let's walk through both of these. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to export it to a PDF. In order to do this, you just click on export and you click on the PDF, and then you get the function to export with the current values or default values. Now, if there is something that's preset on this report, such as this, so if you select 2019 and then you do this export, it's going to ask you, do you want to export it with this current value, or we can export it with the default values. So we'll just go ahead and look at that. So we'll just export only this current page, or you can just export everything. So we're just going to hit export here. Then this is going to pop up to let you know that your report is being exported to a PDF file, and it just may take a few minutes. Once that is done, you come up here and you open your file, and this will show you what that looks like exported as a PDF. And as you can see, since we selected the default, it didn't give us that 2019 selection. So that's exporting it as a PDF. Let's go back to our service. Let's unclick that. Next, we have export to a PowerPoint. So there's 2 functions. We can export this as an embedded image, or we can export this as embedded live data. So we'll walk through both of these. So let's first export this as the embedded image. So we're just going to do the current values, and we're only going to do this page. So we're going to export it, and this will take a few minutes, just depending on how big your report is. If your report is rather small as far as data is concerned, as far as data consumption is concerned, it shouldn't take that long. Once that is done, you'll get this download finished here, depending on what kind of browser you have. Then you just open this up in PowerPoint. So we're going to open this up in PowerPoint. It's going to give you this introductory page, but you don't have to worry about that. You can easily delete that, and then it will give you your embedded image page inside of Power BI. We'll just enable editing. So this is what it will look like as an embedded image into PowerPoint. So let's go back to our service. And next we have on the list embedded as live data. Now, embedding this as live data is going to give you the ability to use this report the same way you do on the server side. So you'll be able to click on these slicers, and as well as click on this slicer to use this as your legend. So as you import this as live data, you'll be able to manipulate your report as you can on the Power BI server side. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to embed this as live data. It's going to give you this link. You can open it in PowerPoint, or you can just copy this report. So we're just going to say open, and we're just going to hit open. Now what it's doing right now is embedding it as the live data. So it's opening that report. So now that that report is open, now you can knock this out or bring that up, and you can increase the size of your report. So now our report is a little bit bigger. And now what we can do is inside of PowerPoint, we can use this as the same way we can inside of the Power BI service. And now we can eliminate all those other features and functions on that Power BI service side that may be a distraction to the eye. Let's head back to our service. Next on the list is analyze in Excel. But since we imported this as an Excel file, we really don't need to do that. So we'll skip over that for now. But then The other thing we can do to share this report is we can use an embedded report on a website or portal, or we can publish this to the public World Wide Web so that you don't have to log in. The difference between both of these is if you embed this report into a website or portal, this report will be embedded, but the end user will still have to sign in or have a Power BI service account under the umbrella of this Power BI report. And that is the only way that they will be able to view this report. Now, if we publish this report to the web publicly, then this report will publish to the World Wide Web and will be open to anyone that has access to that URL link. So the difference is, if you publish this report to the World Wide Web, then anybody in the world can see it. However, in order to do that, you have to enable that in your settings. So you have to have Power BI service account, and you also have to be the admin in that account, and then to enable that in your admin portal, you're gonna go to your tenant settings. Then you're gonna scroll down to export and sharing settings, and then you're gonna look for publish to web. Once you see it's published to web, what you want to do is allow existing and new codes. Now, if you only allow existing codes, you will not be able to use public sharing embedded links. So you have to allow existing and new codes. And once you do that, you can just hit apply and you'll be good to go. Now, to show you guys what that will look like, let's just go back to our report. So when you click on embedded to a web portal, a website, it's going to give you this link that you can use as this content. So you can click on this link and then insert it into that website, insert URL, or you can insert it as an HTML, which you can just paste to your website. And what it will look like, I went ahead and already done it on my website. And what that will look like is this right here. So you'll get this page that you will have to sign into in order to view it. So it's going to ask me to sign in. And once I sign in, then I'll be able to see that report. Now, if I hit a refresh here, since I'm signed in now, I'll always get an opportunity to see my report. But that's because I had to originally sign in. Now, I can disable my cookies and then I'll have to sign in again. But since it kind of saves my password, then I don't have to sign in. So that is how you do it for that particular one. But let's close this one. If we come here to embed it and publish to web, which is public, then we will get a different dialog box pop up, and we'll get this embedded code, and then we'll get the HTML that you can paste, and then you'll have an opportunity to also size it to the desired size that you want, and you'll also be able to give it a placeholder if you want to do that, and you can make the default page whatever you want it to be, and then you just close it once you copy it, and then you'll paste it to your web service, and then this will be the embedded public, so you'll always be able to see it and you can navigate through the pages like so. And as you can see, it's a big difference. So when you embed it to public, you have just pages here at the bottom looking like that, but when you embed to the web from the server side, it looks exactly like the server side, and you also have these filters over here to your right that you can use. So that is the difference when you embed it and share into a website. All right, back on the server side, last but not least, you can also print this page. If you wanted to print this page, it'll give you a print preview. So once it populates, it'll show you what this printed page will look like, and then you can just go to your settings and set how you will want this to look. So you can change it to a portrait, or you can change it to a landscape. But as you can see here, it's not giving you all the pages, so you'll have to go to more settings and then fit this to the print area. And once you fit it to the print area, then it will look like that. And you can come down here to scale to make it the desired size that you want it. So it looks like probably about 90 or 80. And once you do that, you'll be able to print it. And that is how you export a report and share it in Power BI. Hey, welcome back. It's Carl here. Today in Power BI, we're going to be working on how to comment, how to share, and how to subscribe in the Power BI service. So the first thing we want to do is, if you want to create a comment, you want to come up here to comment, and if you hover over it, it'll let you know that this is the comment, and you'll click on comment, and now you're going to start a conversation within this report. So you just click on got it, and then here it shows you can enter your comments here, and then you can add the person that you actually want to talk to. So if I say add myself, then you know that I can start having that conversation with me. Then I can say something like, hello. Then what will happen is, since I have access to the report, I will get that comment, and now I know a conversation has actually started. Now, if it's a person that doesn't really have permissions for this Power BI report, what we can do is share some of the permissions. In order to do that, we will come here to share, and then we're going to click on this asterisk right here, and we're going to manage the permissions of this report. Once we go to manage the permissions of a report, we're going to get some links to giving access. There are no sharing links, so now we know nobody's really going to share this report. Or we can just come here to grant people access. If we grant people access, we get an email population up, and then it'll let us know what we're giving them access to. So we're going to allow recipients to share this report. Nah, if we don't want that, we can just unselect it. Allow recipients to build content. If we don't want that, we can just say no, we don't want to allow that. Or if we just want to send an email notification, then we can just leave that selected, and we can also add a message saying you now have permissions to this report. And then you can just kind of let them know what you want them to do, and you'll just kindly come here and just enter the name, and then you'll grant that access to that particular person. And that is how you grant them access to this particular report. The next thing we want to do is we want to say, well, I want this report to go out to my work group every Monday so that they can know where they're at in their sales, because every Monday we have increases and we may have decreases. So I want to have a subscription on this report so that the entire work group knows. So what we do to do that is we come up here to subscribe. We create a new subscription. In order to create that new subscription, we're just going to click here, and we can click on what report we want to be subscribed to, and then we'll just put in the distribution list, so the work group here, and then we'll put the subject is weekly sales or something like that, or sales update. And then we'll say how frequent we want this to go out, so we can say daily or weekly. So if we just want it to come out every Monday, we can come here and just get rid of all the other days, and it'll go every Monday at a particular time. Let's just say 9:00 a.m. and then this is Central Time. You can actually click on more options here, and you kind of create a message and say something like, please review your sales for the week. This is whatever that report page is. You can pick the date that you want it to start on, or you can pick the date you want it to end on. If you don't want it to end, you don't want to select end date, but you can just select the start date. And then you can also include some permissions. So you can say permissions to access the report, a link to the report, or a preview image. So, or you can just do full report attachment, and you can select what file format you want it in. So if you want it in a PDF, if you just want them to see a picture, and then you want to eliminate all of this stuff, then they'll just see a picture. If you want them to just see a picture and then just give them a link so that they can dive right into that report from that link, then you can give them a link. And then all you would do here is save and close. If you actually wanted to run that subscription, you just hit run now. So we'll just run it. And what do we get? We get an unable to run. So first we need to save it and close it. So we're going to save it and close it. Then we're going to come back into subscriptions, and then we can say run now, and we'll see what that report looks like if we run it now. So we're sending this subscription, so I should get an email here in a second to let me know that that report is being sent to me. So we have received the email. So this is what the email will look like, and I'll just download the images. So we'll get this email, and it'll just say this is a sales update from Microsoft Power BI to the person that the subscription is set up for, and it'll give us the PDF. So if we click on this PDF and open it, we'll see what that PDF looks like. So now we see what that PDF look like, page 1, page 2. So it's going to give you the entire Power BI report. The next thing you want to look at is where it says, please review your sales for the week. And with that, you can just go to that report. It's giving us that link that we decided to make accessible for the end user. Then it's going to give us this message here. You're receiving this email because you subscribe to this particular report. And then you can just hit go to report. And this will give you the ability to just go straight to that report from that email. And this is what it will look like. So now we have successfully created a subscription in Power BI. And that is what the subscription looks like if we go to manage our subscription. Now, if we wanted to stop the subscription at any time, we can just come here and just say stop subscription, save and close it. Now that subscription is no longer running on your Power BI report. Last but not least, if I wanted to just share this report with somebody and say, hey, I'm working on this report and I want you to just take a look at it, be my second set of eyes. Can you vet this data for me? Just make sure that I'm not missing anything, that I'm dotting all my I's, crossing all my T's. You can come up here to share, and then you can just click a name, and I'll just pick myself. And I just want to share this report to myself and just say, be my second set of eyes on this. Then I can just send this report out. And then now that report has been sent. The good thing about sending a report is you have the ability to come here to manage permissions. And then this lets you know if you actually have any live reports out there that you're allowing people to look at. And you can come here and allow and change the settings for those particular links. So people won't share the report that you share to them. It'll only give them permission to view the report that you share to them. So you can come here and do that. Or you can come here and you can actually delete that link so that link will no longer be active once you delete this out of your Power BI service. So this is what it looks like when this comes to your email. So we'll just click on that and we'll get a chance to see what that looks like. So I'll just download the pictures. So it says that Carl Huff has shared a report with you, and it gives you the message, be my second set of eyes, and you can open this report. And if I open that report, this is what will happen. I'll just sign in, and now I can look at that report and be his second set of eyes, or be my second set of eyes. And that is how you comment, set up a subscription, and share a report in Power BI. Welcome back, guys. Carl here. And now in Power BI, we're going to be talking about data refreshes and data sets. So how do we do a data refresh on our data sets? As we can see here, the last refresh we did was 10/11. So if I hit refresh now, I should see the latest refresh on this Power BI report once this thing finishes cycling through. And then another thing you can do is you can also do schedule refresh. So now the latest refresh is 11/15, and you can also do schedule refreshes. But before we dive into that, let's just make sure that you have a personal gateway set up. So the way we're going to look at that is we're going to go here to settings, and then we're going to go down to your gateway connections. Now, if you don't have a personal gateway, or if you don't have an on-premise gateway, you will see something here that lets you know that. But since I've already set up mine, I shy away from doing the personal gateway, and I rather do the on-premise gateway. That way, whenever I'm online, my data is online. That way, I can connect straight to my data, and anything that I ever make changes on, since I use Microsoft Office 365, I just created an on-premise gateway cluster instead of a personal gateway cluster. Now, you can do both, but like I prefer the on-premise gateway. You may prefer something different. If you work for an organization, they probably already have an on-premise gateway already established for you. So you probably just reach out to some of the administrators and ask them, can they create a data cluster for you on that on-premise gateway? Now, to do that, you have to go to Manage Connections and Gateways. And once you go to Manage Connections and Gateways, this will show you your data sources. So here are my two data sources that I have. And then here's my on-premise data gateway that I have created. Now to create that on-premise data gateway, you will go here to learn more, and then you will go into this overview, and this will kind of show you how to create that on-premise gateway. You can also create a personal gateway. So to get into some of those steps and how to install that, you just come here to install an on-premise gateway. It'll give you the minimum system requirements in order to do so. Then you'll just follow these prompts to create your on-premise gateway. You can also add another gateway cluster, which is basically 2 machines running. So that way, if one machine fails, then you have another machine running so that your data is always online. So that's the additional option that you have with the on-premise gateway. Now let's dive into installing a personal gateway. Now let's dive into some how to use personal gateways and some of the differences between the personal gateway and on-premise gateway. I've already pulled up the documentation here. So for your on-premise data gateways, which is what I said I recommend, and as well as Microsoft, they recommend it. It can be shared and reused by multiple users. It can be used by Power BI, Power Apps, Logic Apps, and Microsoft Flow, and it supports schedule refresh and live query for Power BI. Now the personal mode can only be used by you. It can only be used in Power BI, and only schedule refresh is supported. So if you're working for a company and you decided to set up your own personal gateway, and then one day you decided that you wanted a career change or you wanted to elevate yourself, when you leave that company, whoever you transition that work to is going to be limited as far as refreshing that data, because now you're going to have to figure out a way to get them permissions to all the personal things that you have stored on your personal PC, which means that it's going to take a whole lot more effort to transition work from one person to the next person before you can even leave a company. Now, if you hit the lottery tomorrow, I'm pretty sure you're not going to be trying to stick around for 2 weeks. But using an on-premise gateway, that person will just be able to take over that Power BI and they'll be good to go. So that is the difference, and this is how you will install that on-premise personal gateway. But like I said, I would recommend installing the on-premise gateway so that it can be shared across the organization. Next thing we want to look at is some schedule refresh. So if we come here to schedule refresh, it's going to take us to our data set, and we can scroll down here to schedule refresh. Now in this data set, we'll have to click on that and then go into schedule refresh. We can turn on our schedule refresh, and then we can set this schedule refresh to daily, or we can set it to weekly. So if we set this to week, and we can also change the time zone. So if we want to change that time zone, so we can set it to daily, and we can set it to weekly. If we set it to weekly, we can select the day of the week that we want this schedule to refresh, and we can also add time. And we can do the same thing if we do it daily. We can just add time, and we can add blocks of time so that this will refresh and allow the time that we want it to, so that this will receive refreshes when you want them. Now, right now it's 11:24 where I am on a Sunday, and I'll just set this to 11:30 a.m. and then this will be the next refresh that it will do. So if I make changes to, if I go to my data right now and I come here and let's see something that I can change real quick. We have some dates. Let's just make a change to this customer, and let's just choose Margie. So Margie bought some soup, and let's just say Margie bought an exponential amount of soup. So instead of $26, she spent $200, and we'll just put $200 there. So now we see that she has made that purchase for, and this should be on. I try to keep this on so that I don't never have to hit save. It just saves anytime I make a change, and then I'll just exit out of here. Then I'll just leave this up, and I'll go back to our grocery store, and I'll come here and just do a refresh, and you can see here where it says the schedule refresh is for 11:30, but I just went ahead and refreshed it anyway. Back to this report, and if we come here and do a refresh on our report, now we see that soup is actually sold for $2,000. Now we have 2 minutes to go here, and I'll try to just do some freeze frames to show you, and I'll just put this back to like 150. So I'll put it at 150. Keep that on. Hit save on that. We're going to leave this open just for now. And we're going to wait for, so we have just about a minute. And once we hit 11:30, you should see the refresh starts to spin on its own. So I'm going to leave the mouse cursor here so that you can see that, so that we can see that. So it's set for 11:30. It said it hadn't refreshed yet, but I'll just go here and just hit refresh on this page. And as you can see now, it is actually refreshed. So it refreshed. So if we come back to our Power BI report, and there where you see the change on that report. So now you know how to create a data gateway, schedule some refreshes, and you know whether to use the standard personal gateway or the on-premise gateway. Thank you. Hey, you guys have made it to the end. I am so proud of you. You have made a lot of progress. You're one step closer to becoming the subject matter expert in Power BI for your work group or just for your own personal use. So now when a friend calls you and say, how do you do that one thing in Power BI? Now you know you can move forward with confidence and knowing that you have basically done all of the basics which can be done in Power BI. And I'm looking forward to seeing you guys' comments, to seeing you guys' progress, and you guys sharing your stories. Like, subscribe, and we'll see you guys in the next one. Let's continue to learn on the go as we grow. This has been Carl Huff. I really enjoyed teaching you guys and showing you guys all the things that you can do in Power BI. We'll catch you guys in the future. One last thing, make sure that you take some time, go down in the comments and give me your honest feedback. I love feedback. I want to see how I can get better, how I can continue making these courses and improving on myself to help you. All right, so take some time, go down in the comments, leave some honest feedback, and you know what I always say. Thank you for the feedback. Peace. Hey, you guys have made it to the end. I am so proud of you. You have made a lot of progress. You're one step closer to becoming the subject matter expert in Power BI for your work group or just for your own personal use. So now when a friend calls you and say, how do you do that one thing in Power BI? Now you know you can move forward with confidence and knowing that you have basically done all of the basics which can be done in Power BI. And I'm looking forward to seeing you guys' comments, to seeing you guys' progress, and you guys sharing your stories. Like, subscribe, and we'll see you guys in the next one. Let's continue to learn on the go as we grow. This has been Carl Huff. I really enjoyed teaching you guys and showing you guys all the things that you can do in Power BI. We'll catch you guys in the future. Make sure that you take some time, go down in the comments and give me your honest feedback. I love feedback. I want to see how I can get better, how I can continue making these courses and improving on myself to help you. All right, so take some time, go down in the comments, leave some honest feedback, and you know what I always say. Thank you for the feedback. Peace.